Hey, welcome back to the 2024 Mock Selection Committee. We are live here at the Let It Fly Sports Bar in Omaha, Nebraska. We are back after watching a great game between Marquette and Creighton, and now we're ready to dive into more work. We are, as you know, when we left you, we had 6 lines seated, and we're now going to work on the 7th line. And to do that, we have to pick 8 teams from the teams in the field category. Now we have
Dayton, Nevada, Northwestern, Utah State.
No, not those on the teams in the field.
I'm saying they're holding over.
Yeah, they're holding.
Yes,
you are correct. Those are holding over, and we're going to pick from that group at the top, basically, to meet the criteria. We also have added all of the AQs so far, so obviously any of those are in play. If you so choose to add one as a at-large or as a seed. Sorry. So, yes, I did look at Rocco there.
I got your AQ back.
Yeah.
Here,
Good one.
This one's clinched, too, for our purposes.
Oh, they did? Okay.
Yeah,
there we go. So there's
tomorrow.
one. All right. So there we go. So let's go ahead and take 8. Just pick 8 teams. You don't need to rank them. Boise, Nebraska, TCU, Colorado State, Oklahoma, Texas, Florida Atlantic, Michigan State, Texas Tech, Gonzaga, Mississippi State, Virginia, and all of those AQs below, most notably Indiana State, Grand Canyon. I can't see the other ones. There's McNeese is in there, Richmond, all those. Yep, okay.
And Tim, just to pass along, if you're looking at the seeded teams, obviously that does not reflect any results that may or may not impact those today. We'll be going back through that to rescrub the list, probably some later this evening and tomorrow before we finalize the bracket.
And off air, we had a couple of suggestions already, so there we go.
I didn't even put these on my sheet yet. I think I should just send you the 4 that I don't want. Leave the stream up, see if there's any questions.
Yeah, I just want to send this real quick.
How dare you?
I'll turn to that.
That's tough.
All right. Question for Tim from Tony Schneider. Can I ask Tim a question about Creighton? Does he think Greg will be back next year? Have you heard things? Just wondering.
I have. He's going to be back. I
Say
can't
what?
get into the contract's not done yet, but he's. I would be shocked if it broke down now. He's going to be back. He's here. He's going to be here as long as he wants to be here. Which is fine, except just a little tidbit. He's got a place in Phoenix. Just saying. And he loves golf.
You know where the Final Four is this year, right, Tim?
Yep.
Is that where you're staying?
No, yeah, I wish. I actually could have asked. I don't know if you guys, when you were sitting at the table, right behind you was his wife standing there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I should have said, hey, these guys want to go to the Final Four. Would you put them up in your place
I'm
down
going.
there?
I already got my reservations.
I do too, in my son's extra bedroom.
I'll be at the Tempe Weston.
Jason Burgess mentions that the 2
Not
and
far
3
from that.
lines are starting to feel as
Say
bunched
what's
up as the bubble, which I think is a good point here as we watch UCF up to 46-44 on Iowa State. That could be a pivotal result for the 2 and 3 lines.
NC State hasn't scored in a month.
That's what NIT teams like to do.
Wow.
Early on,
Funny you say
Northwestern
that
trails
because
Iowa 20-12.
I think Villanova is like the king of getting kill shots and giving up kill shots from Evan Mia.
That's
Which is what
interesting you
happens
said
when
that, Rocco. I was on a local, and the guy was more of a football guy, so he really wasn't, he was just kind of dabbling in college. I was trying to explain bracketology. By the end of the season, I turned to him and go, and Josh, what do bubble teams do? He goes, they lose, Tim. Thank you.
We were
Dave
asked by
wins it all the time. They play themselves out.
Yep.
Tony Schneider asks, how many different games do you guys have going on right now? And
We have one, two, three, four,
Right in front of us.
five, yeah, four actually.
But out in the beyond, we can oversee the entire bar.
Yeah.
including
So if you look
ourselves.
closer, yeah, we're on TV right now in the bar.
And then also as the Nebraska State Girls State Championship kicks off a little bit later, we'll have that game on as well if anybody's interested.
Seems like a big deal in Middle America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brendan
tournaments are
Anderson
high
says
school
that he
state tournaments.
smashed the like button just because of Shelby Mast.
Hey-o.
Ooh.
Who said that?
Brendan Anderson.
Brendan Anderson likes bald boys.
Awkward.
I think we only, for the auto bids that are up here now, there's still 4, I don't want to say at large because that means something different, but the Ivy League, I still got to figure that one out. Ohio Valley, that'll be decided tonight. The Akron game will decide if
Well, the
they
Ivy
represent the
League
MAC.
decided that.
And then I think if Sam Houston beats Middle Tennessee, they win whatever that is, Conference USA. No, they don't win it, but for our purposes,
Right.
they win it.
Just from early results today that you would call resume building results. South Carolina pulls out a win against Florida. Baylor beats Kansas. Illinois goes on the road, wins at Wisconsin, which will end up being a Q1A win for them.
Will it?
Yep, it will.
Oh yeah, top 40. Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I mean, even with Wisconsin a drop a little bit, it's not going to drop
Right.
below 40.
Sorry, I was thinking home win for
Yeah,
some.
and then,
service.
obviously one of the big bubble games of the day early on, Villanova wins at Providence.
Huge.
And then the game we saw, Creighton takes care of Marquette today. So we'll update more later, but those are 5 results from an early window today that will definitely have an impact on those teams. May not change a whole lot, but at least it either solidifies something or a notable result heading into the last week of the regular season for the big schools.
Auburn's playing Mississippi State right now, right?
Yeah, Auburn's really handling Mississippi State.
It's an 11-pointer.
Princeton Cornell winner tonight has inside track to the #1 seed, according to Henry Muto on the chat.
I wasn't sure if Yale won, where they would be on the tiebreaker there.
Yeah, Cornell's been my auto for a week and a half since the recent shakeups.
Yeah, I have had him there too with the tiebreaker.
Yep. Which is why Princeton's my last team in the field. As of yesterday. A lot has changed today.
Did you know Central Connecticut got the 1 seed in the NEC?
Yeah.
We've had Merrimack there like forever, and then Central Connecticut just swoops in.
Yeah, it's going to be something I'll dig into in the wee hours tonight because apparently there was a controversial Sacred Heart Merrimack ending
Oh, really?
with some aristocuffs and some technical fouls on Merrimack.
Huh.
If anybody knows anything about it, please jump in the chat. By the way, if you like Merrimack basketball, you should follow the MAC report. It's tremendous for NEC level reporting. Be my first person to look at later.
For those wondering, the teams that we have currently to be voted on for the 7 line are Dayton, Nevada, Northwestern, and Utah State.
I'll move them up.
And the teams that we're potentially going to be voting on are Boise State, Nebraska, TCU, Colorado State, Oklahoma, Texas, FAU, Michigan State, Texas Tech, Gonzaga, Mississippi State, and Virginia. So certainly I think looking at that list of teams who are already on the voting ballot, Northwestern has a big game going on right now against Iowa. It would be a Q2 win if they could get that home win. So, not necessarily a big win if they could get it, but it would help. Every little bit helps there. Northwestern, as we already discussed, is the 18th best strength of record in the country already.
It would also help us remove Iowa from all consideration. Do we even have Iowa on the board here?
Tony Schneider is a big Iowa fan, so
I'm not rooting against them, okay?
It sounded like it.
he is listening to our podcast right now at the same time Iowa's playing a huge road game. So shout outs to Tony Schneider for that.
Iowa does still get Illinois at home to end the season next week. But obviously winning at Northwestern today, when you're on that bubble and you need work to do, to win a road game at Northwestern and then have a chance to beat Illinois next week, going 2-0 puts them in a much better position to potentially be in position, so to speak. Yes. So it's a huge game for Iowa, definitely, in terms of potential NCAA chances.
Yeah, it's their season.
Tony told you to shut your mouth, Kerry.
It happens. Just put a car bomb in my mouth. That'll fix everything. Might wake me up a little bit. While we're in kind of dead air time, not even a team we're talking about right now. Well, I guess we could be. They are technically under teams in the field. South Florida. What are we going to do with South Florida?
You know, I think a lot of people have come out on they have no chance whatsoever. And I wouldn't go that far. I think they have a very, very small chance. But Rocco and I were talking about this earlier today. If you lose one game in American play, even if you got an easier American schedule, that's tough. That's really difficult to do.
You have to play everybody at least once.
I mean, the committee has to realize, like that home loss to Maine. What was the other Q4 loss? I don't
Central
remember.
Mish.
Yeah. So
Chips.
started out 2-4.
Fire.
Terrible start. They had 5 transfers, a true freshman, a new head coach. They shot 22% from 3-point range during that 6-game stretch. Like, stuff happens. I think they've proven over the last 3 months that they're legit. Unfortunately, if I try and use Bart Torvik to make that argument, like just cut out those first 6 games, they're still like 80th in the country. Like it'd be a lot easier to argue if they were top 50 since that 2-4 start.
Right. Yeah, I think that's the issue. They only play one tournament team on the entire schedule. It's Florida Atlantic. They beat them.
Yeah.
Which was a great win. I was there. But in reality, you know, even with a road win at Charlotte, looks like they're on their way. I just saw an update there.
Yeah, they're
69-56, 3:40 to go. So we'll assume they win that for this discussion. That comes in as their 7th toughest game. And in their 7 toughest games, they're going to be 6-1, which is very impressive. But right after that, they lost their 8th and 9th toughest, which were a league game at UAB, their only league loss, and a road loss at Hofstra. Hofstra's on fire, so that's actually aging well.
I mean, and
UAB.
UAB.
And it's those 2 quad 4s you mentioned. So it's hard because in traditional evaluations, there's not enough strength at the top to pull them out of the mud. However, you said it beautifully, Graham. There is the opportunity to have that case of we just navigated a top 10 league with just 1 blemish. Even though it was an unbalanced schedule, we played everybody at the top once. We beat all those teams. They're only a lot. Well, UAB was actually a forecasted top 7, but they're kind of, you know, I think South Florida beat pretty much the top 5 between North Texas, SMU, FAU, Memphis, Charlotte now twice. Name somebody else. I think those are the top teams this year. So it's very, very fascinating.
At UAB is not a bad loss at all. Like that's
No,
another
it's a
team.
brutal place to play.
Another team that took a while to get going because they had a JUCO transfer.
And they're beating everybody down there in league play.
Yeah.
I mean, besides the horrible teams like Rice and Wichita. But South Florida hasn't lost a game since January 7th. Let's put it that way. We don't even know what we were doing on January 7th. Unless you were watching South Florida UAB.
I was getting ready for the football game.
Exactly.
Title game.
And in December, they lost their first game in December and won everything in December after the loss at UMass, which was their 9th hardest game. So anyway, yeah, it's super compelling because the other example we gave, and again, we're not trying to go outside of the realm of what college basketball policies and principles are, by any means, but in college baseball and in college women's basketball, it's a little different. They're looking at your overall record versus top 25, top 50, top 100, home and away, more of a traditional RPI model. I think in that model, you also have more traditional regional captains, and I know they still have that in college basketball. So somebody's in charge of the American, checking in with a committee member on a regular basis, saying, they're probably screaming almost bloody murder right now. Like, we got to find a way to get this team in.
Okay, we
Or
do have a
four?
tie, but I'll
Ah.
give you the three that made it.
3 in and then a tie. Got it.
Oklahoma, Texas Tech, and Mississippi State made it in. There is a tie between Texas and Boise State.
Interesting.
Could we possibly pull up Texas and Boise State for comparison?
Yeah, thank you. Mac, if you'd put up the Warren Nolan. Thank you. I think this is going to be an interesting one to look at.
Yeah. They are close together. Boise State's 26.
Yeah, so we touched on Texas a little bit earlier, yesterday I should say. Today Texas has they beat Oklahoma State, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, at home. Mhm.
Yeah, by 16, so no harm, no foul there. Maybe a bump in a very slight way.
No.
But they've played 12 games against the field, they're 4-8. The 4 wins are at TCU, at Texas Tech, the game we elaborated on in that discussion yesterday, at Oklahoma. So what I call these middle seeds that are probably all in, they beat them all on the road, which in one sense really helps Texas at least in those comparisons when we compare them to those 3. And then they have the Baylor home win, which is nice. Outside of that, even when you factor in the Oak State win today, they're just 11-10 in meaningful games. They're starting to get on the good side of the fence, which is huge for them. But in Quad 2, they're 7-9, not great. Quad 2A, they're 5-8, so they're 5-8 in their 13 hardest games. I think it's just really hard to, what are we voting on now? The 7 seeds? I just don't think they're quite there, 7 seed wise. Personally.
Yeah, and when you factor in Boise State has beat 3 teams away from home in the upper Quad 1. A lot of gold there.
Decent, silver.
A few pieces.
Well, Nevada's now probably a 7 or so. That'd be Boise's best road win from a seedless perspective. And then they got the shiny net win at the pit, but that's actually a bubble win on the seedless.
Right.
And then St. Mary's now looks great, but and thank goodness for the mirage that is playing in a random arena in Idaho, but calling it a neutral, which is where they beat St. Mary's. But it's important to mention because if you're blown away by that, you probably shouldn't, because it was 95% blue and orange in that arena.
Sure.
But San Diego State at home, big one, and Utah State, the current league leader, at home. So 5 wins against the field out of 10 tries.
One thing
Not
of
bad.
note is
Not bad.
Boise State is 36th in KPI and 51st in strength of record. Normally, you can see one of those metrics not being in a terrific shape and kind of sweep it aside. Just 2 metrics that aren't that favorable from the resume standpoint. And then you look at their efficiency metrics, pretty consistent amongst BPI and Ken Palm 39th and 37th. Texas has a significant advantage there at 24th and 26th in efficiency, and even Texas's strength of record's 29th. So I think for Texas, when you compare the road wins, I think Texas really has some pretty good road wins. Maybe not quite, the equivalent of Nevada, if we really believe in Nevada that way. But they've got at TCU, at Oklahoma, at Texas Tech, You could even kind of throw at Cincinnati in there, and that's combined with a Baylor win that's looking even better today.
Yeah, my issue, I guess, because this is going to be a common theme coming up, so just going to get ahead of it a little bit. With all this Big 12 7 through 10 action we're about to embark on, it's almost like, in a weird way, you play all these games every single time out. One of these nights you're going to trip and fall into a good road win.
Yeah.
Because, you know, these teams are inconsistent for a reason. So on the other side, that other team's going to have an inconsistent night. Not to take away from Texas, like, they earned those wins. They deserve credit for them. But when compared to that overall percentage of opportunities, it's still not very impressive. 12 opportunities, you won 4 of them. I mean, don't you think a bubble team could probably do the same? I don't know. It's very debatable. Like, you can't prove it right or wrong. It's just one way to look at it.
For me, Boise's non-conference schedule is too impressive compared to Texas, and I'm a Texas fan.
Yes, you are.
So, Boise State for me.
I mean, in terms of a non-conference win, even though, as you pointed out, it was probably more of a home game than a road game.
Oh, yeah.
You know, St. Mary's, Texas's best would be LSU. In terms of a win in non-conference. And then they blew out Greensboro.
They almost lost to Louisville.
Yeah.
Last second shot.
Yeah, but they lived to survive.
They played a decent game against Connecticut back in, very early in the season. That, 10-point loss there. It's hard to remember that far back. So it's not like Texas did anything horrible in the non-conference. But their 2 biggest up games they lost, where Boise, in their, they lost to Virginia Tech and Butler. But they do have the win against St. Mary's. They lost to Washington State. So I think Boise went out and tested themselves a bit more in the non-conference. And if you're going to reward them for being close, but these two resumes are very, very close. It comes down to, if you believe Texas's wins on the road in the Big 12 are better than Boise's road wins in the Mountain West, then there's your deciding factor. If you flip, then you're going to beat Boise. So how is the committee going to view
those 2 conferences?
If they view the Big 12 as the best, then that's probably going to sway them to say those wins by Texas are better.
There's probably a better likelihood of that just based on the top of the Big 12. But I think if you were able to cut the top of the Big 12 head off and you just looked at the rest of it and then compare it to the Mountain West, it's very debatable that the Mountain West is better. Not saying one side or the other, but
it's not clear cut. It's not like absolutely.
And the process has taught us forever to never look at conferences like that, to just team by team. But when you have clusters of both and they're all building their resume through each other, it's almost impossible not to talk about.
Yeah.
I would never want to talk about it otherwise, but we're in a unique situation here. We got basically 4 from each league, maybe 5 from Mountain West, and all their wins against the field are against each other.
Yeah.
For the most part, the bulk of it.
Same
So it's
goes-
like your
same goes for
impression of
Texas
those
and
leagues.
TCU though.
Right, they
It's
could
huge.
not be good.
I just think it's
But which guys-
extremely close. And the only thing that's holding Texas in this thing are those 3 road wins in the 40s.
Right.
That's what's binding this all together. Like, if
But it's against the mush.
Yeah, right, exactly. So then you got to weigh, how much do you value Cincinnati win, right? And I've heard all year long, well, I don't really know if I value those Mountain West wins. So it's like, what do you want?
We mentioned earlier, just in passing, and the committee doesn't do this, so I'm not suggesting they do. But if you said, okay, we're going to take away a team's very best win and their worst loss, and then say, okay, well, how do they stack up? And again, the committee is not going to do that, but where are you at? Your best game and your worst game, let's throw those out. What are you in the middle? And in that case, if you take St. Mary's away from Boise and you take Baylor's home win from Texas, we're still left with exactly what you were talking about. It's the value of those wins
Yeah.
at TCU, at Oklahoma, at Texas Tech, and at Cincinnati. In that trio, or there's 2 more, so that's 4. It's a close call.
Right, yeah, and in general, and I'm not saying I'm right or wrong, I lean Texas just because historically, if you're in the best league, which they are, and they're now above their meaningful 500 record, which they are, they're 11-10 after that Oak State win today. And if you're a Mountain West team, you know, we're in a wild year where 6 Mountain West teams are legitimately worthy of selection. But you have 8 losses all the way down that level. It doesn't look as good because you're thought of, maybe it's just me, but if you do this long enough, subconsciously you're thinking Mountain West, you got 8 losses.
Right.
You
That's
probably
not-
should be on the bubble, right? Like in
that's it.
general.
Right.
And the other part about Boise, if you cut off the top 2A, they're 6 and 7, so they're under 500 in those top quad and a half. And most years that'd be big trouble for Mountain
Yeah.
West. And so anyway, my overall point is, I just think if they end up talking about the Mountain West in a way of, hey, we should relook at this, maybe not take all 6. Boise State's probably going to be the one that's pushed down to the deeper bubble.
Yeah,
After Nevada's rise, and Colorado State's great
I've
non-conference.
thought
New Mexico
I've been
is pretty
impressed with them
clearly
all
at the
year.
bottom.
Like I've had them
I like
higher
them.
than most.
Yeah.
Agree with you.
But just this is
I just think Texas is a safer choice for the committee.
this is an aside from the voting, but just so we know, we can always reevaluate because Boise State does have a game tonight at home against
one.
New Mexico, and it's a
Yeah.
big game for New Mexico. So that'll be
Huge.
you know. So anyway, just throwing that
I
out
mean,
there.
the last little caveat I'll say is if you're looking at little bitty hairs, Texas has 2 losses to teams that are not projected to be in. Boise has 3.
Do we want to just go around the room? Or?
I love that,
Let me
actually.
just go hands up.
Yeah. All right, Boise. 4-2. Texas wins it. Unless we had 2 dissenters that say we're not going to vote. Then we have another tie.
Colorado State.
See, if I voted with my heart there, I would have done Boise.
Yeah.
I know you would
Because
have.
I believe in them being better. But also, you know, I don't know. Boise keeps losing in the first round every year.
Yeah.
So
But
you
That's
can't
not
hold that
supposed to
against them.
matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. This is always a new year.
I just think when you have teams that are that close, and then you see Ken Palm and BPI put Texas at 24th and 26th, to me, that's just kind of like that. Okay, if I can't really separate the resume much, the metrics seem to think they're pretty good.
Them going into Lubbock and pounding them, no matter what we think of why it happened, it's still just
That's
as
a big
important. And Boise State hasn't been able to make that loud of a statement in any game.
North Carolina wins.
Yeah, they
Looks
rally.
Like Iowa State's going to win.
Yep.
Be a huge.
so we
huge
add those
victory
to
for
Dayton,
Iowa State.
Nevada, Northwestern, Utah State.
That's a big win for the lazy bracketologists that don't want to do any work.
Right.
We were talking about them too.
Is that me?
Graham and I.
Oh.
No, you're not lazy. You're all over. I feel like you're the opposite. You want to rock the cage a little bit every time you do an update.
Well, I hate every team.
You hate every team.
That's right.
You can't rattle the cage without an upset or two.
Right.
I don't consider myself lazy, but I got to tell you, this year, there's sometimes you got into that 8, 9, 10 mosh, and you're just like, jeez, I don't know. Maybe I should just
think
throw
annually
darts there.
That's the toughest part to see.
And I tell every article I start, I go, if you're arguing I have some team at 10 and it should be a 7, I'm with you, dude. You know, I'm doing the best I can here
Yeah.
with the data I got.
And if they're coming at you as more of a fan perspective, the reality is if you're in that 7 to 10 range, you're in just as tough of a game and a tough of odds to get to the second weekend.
Oh, yeah,
regardless of
They don't look at that. They look at just the ranking.
Maybe
The
a
seed
couple
is a
perc-
status of their
Yeah.
team, you know.
it's maybe a couple percent better to be in a 7-10 than an 8-9, but that's it.
Look at Creighton last year. How lucky were they be a 6 seed last year? Then they got to play Princeton
Yeah.
in the Sweet 16 round.
Right.
You know, I mean.
And prepare for them.
Yeah,
They didn't have
exactly.
to play Princeton on the 2-day turnaround,
Exactly.
which they embarrassed Missouri on.
Yeah.
One thing that gets me is after as many years as I've been doing this, the fans have been great, but this is not my opinion. This is what I think the committee will do.
Exactly.
That's it.
That's where we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the goal, is to try to
Yep.
get in the heads of 12 other people.
Right.
Yes.
If it were Rocco's bracket or Dave's bracket or Graham's or Carrie's or Shelby's,
Yeah,
we wouldn't have such a big debate with ourselves. Nope, I like them. That's where they are.
I don't know. I still
End of
argue with
story.
myself.
Okay.
We might actually argue harder because
So we've
we've been
just-
more passionate about
Right.
it.
We've just we got all those teams. We've covered a lot of those teams pretty thoroughly. Have we gone over Mississippi State enough?
I think
Not
so.
really.
I don't
Not
think we
really.
really talked about them. So that'd be the one team, and then we'll rank them. So let's jump into let's pop them up on the Warren Nolan and take a look at Mississippi State, because I don't think we've really
They're about
looked-
to lose right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there we go. Up to date thing. Here we go.
Of course, losing at Auburn is,
Not a shame.
Pathetic.
I mean, that pretty much happens to, it's happened to everybody but Kentucky, pretty much.
Yeah.
The
But
things
it does
for me,
knock them under 500 in the top two quads. They go from 7-7 to 7-8.
right.
With a home loss to Southern.
To me, this goes back to, okay, so they split
little dicey.
their games with
It's a touch.
Auburn. They beat Auburn at home. They're going to lose to them today on the road. They did beat Tennessee at home, so it is home, but that's an elite level win. They did beat Washington State and Northwestern in the non-conference early in the year, but still, both of those teams are, one's already on a seed line.
That was
Northwestern,
interesting.
I believe, is
Close.
in this
this
group
road,
that we're
yeah.
talking about now. You've mentioned before that, North Texas isn't great, but they're a solid team, a top 100 team. They beat them by 18, won early in the year against Rutgers. Their only really blemish, obviously, the worst one is that bad home loss to Southern.
Georgia Tech.
And then, Georgia Tech too on a road game. But that to me, it's, those wins over Washington State and Northwestern on neutral floors, and then Tennessee, that's the positive side. I'll let somebody else take over and look at some other aspects.
Yeah, I mean, those two games became the trip to Douro Valley, Portugal, with how the wine is aged. But I think, in general, I like this team. Most nights they're very tough. Tolu Smith's had the injury, missed part of the season. Clearly, besides the two emphatic wins they had in Uncasville, Connecticut, which were the Northwestern WSU wins you talked about, and the lack of road damage, true road damage, they'll be 1-6 now in true road games in the top two quads. So that's their big hole. But their neutral court hero is at 6-0. So I think that's kind of balances each other in a weird way. I know the committee would prefer those true road wins and at least one against the field. They end the year against South Carolina at home. And who's their other game? Sorry, I wanted to pull that up.
Auburn. A&M.
I just don't
A&M.
think Mississippi State's won enough at this point to be up to the 7 line with the schedule they've played. I know that sounds very simplistic, but I think it's actually true. I just don't think they've won enough to
John
be a 7
Calipari
seed
sure
at
said
this
so in
stage.
his press conference the other night. He said that was a high-level second weekend NCAA team we just beat. I mean, that was what he was saying.
I think they're
And that was a very competitive game. That was they even though they lost, they looked great. I mean, they looked like they belonged.
It gets back to Rocco's point. Like, they've had opportunities, and they've been okay. They haven't been bad. But have they been 7 seed good? I don't think so.
Yeah, the thing that bothers me, they have 4 wins against the top 75. 4 wins.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
if they
that's
land at 8,
pretty
9,
light
10,
at this
like,
stage of
that's-
the thing. You know what I'm saying? Like a 7, that seems light to me.
Yeah, that's fair. Just to put it in, yeah.
Everyone else, I think, has like 5 or 6 here that we're comparing. It's not like they're leaps and bounds ahead of these other teams. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, that's interesting. They've had Tolu Smith for every SEC game and the one win against Bethune-Cookman, which you can throw away. So if you throw away the Bethune-Cookman game, and factor in this loss about to happen, they're actually just 7-8 with him. They only lost twice without him. It's funny how that works out.
Yeah.
He
Shannon.
seems like a huge factor, and we know
Karen
he is
Shannon.
for different parts of the game.
Said funny how it works.
Well,
I go,
wins and
Karen
losses.
Shannon.
Wins and losses, maybe not.
Yeah.
I just look at the group of teams that we're considering, and I see more choices up there that I'm confident fit on the 7 line better than Mississippi State.
I look at those 8 teams and I go, wow, what a great MTE. Put those 8 teams. It'd be very competitive. I mean, they're all very close.
Yeah.
Really, when you look at those 8, there's not a lot that separates those. Different resumes, no doubt.
There's absolutely nothing separating Oklahoma and Texas Tech right now. Nothing at all.
Which is worth looking at.
Yeah, I mean, so if you
think
bump
there's
over
always
to
stuff.
Texas Tech, right? If you bump over to Texas Tech, now we're talking about a non-conference schedule from the net standpoint. It's over 300. 7 wins in quad 4, 8 actually, but we'll give them the benefit for playing Vanderbilt on a neutral floor. In an event. 7 and 9 against top 2, which is, not horrible. I don't know. I've been kind of Texas Tech's been a tough one for me because they haven't, the road record's 2 and 6, pretty decent. Obviously 3 and 1 neutral, so that overall thing isn't bad. They do have the win at Texas, which if you're, looking at those two, beat BYU at home. But again, in their non-conference, they lost to Villanova in a not a close game, lost an overtime game at Butler that looked pretty decent for a while, doesn't look quite so good now. And then their Texas Tech's best non-conference win is either Michigan or Northern Iowa.
And they beat Oklahoma.
In Norman.
Yeah, that is
Yeah,
literally the
it's a
deciding
1-point
factor.
game.
Well, the thing is if you want to do
Win's
a
a win,
quick,
a win.
if you want to do a quick Red Raider Sooner showdown, I think just at the top of the resume, I agree, Kerry, it's really funny when you go record for record, they're almost twins.
Yeah.
Almost identical, not fraternal.
The metrics, too. They're within, I think, 4 of each other in every single metric.
Right. But the top of the resume, right off the bat, favors Texas Tech based on the fact that Texas Tech's won 5 games against the field, road wins, pieces of silver, at Oklahoma themselves and at Texas. Them and Texas did the road win exchange program successfully for both, as always. And from there it goes whatever. But on Oklahoma's side, they've only won 3 games against the field. And one of the 3 is very bubblicious Providence, who's probably out.
Yeah.
So now, if we all agree Providence is out, Oklahoma has 2 field wins. And that, to me, and neither of them were on the road. They're high-level home wins. But that, to me, would be enough if I'm looking at this after today's results to push Oklahoma back to the bubble discussion.
Yeah, I think that's exactly where I land on it. I think Oklahoma is more of a bubble team than a 7-seed team. We need to be discussing whether he should still be remaining well in the field.
So this is the odd part, right? We're discussing the team in respect to the 7 line, probably not.
Probably neither, but yeah.
But, to me, I would take the other side of it, and I would favor Oklahoma's resume over Texas Tech because of the win over Iowa and the win at Providence when they were full strength and still had Hopkins.
But those are both NIT teams.
Well, I'm saying, but yes, but where would Providence, if you're going to really break this down, would Providence be in that role if Hopkins doesn't get hurt? We'll never know, right? We'll never know the answer to that. But at the time, Providence was a better team then, probably.
But if the season was a pregnancy, I mean, that game against Providence.
It's the beginning of the journey.
It was the first barely the first trimester of the pregnancy. So
with a huge sack.
The other thing,
we always know things are going to change later in the year.
I think it's time to vote.
yeah.
The voting is now open.
Can I add one more point on Oklahoma? I don't understand how their non-conference schedule is as poorly ranked as it is.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that too.
Because, certainly the Arkansas and USC neutral games were supposed to be more valuable than they are, but
That crushed them.
they played it was a road game against North Carolina in Charlotte.
But not in the
net.
Not in the way the SOS is calculated either.
So they played 5 games against teams who probably before the season you reasonably could have said they're going to be tournament teams. Won 4 of them, and none of them looked like they count for anything.
It's true. But they did play UTRGV, Pine Bluff,
Yeah.
UCA, and the worst team in D1, MVSU.
Yep.
Worst team, but best announcers.
Yeah, they were awesome for that one.
They're awesome every night. They just, thank God, got some fame out of that.
Okay, we're voting on those over there. The
Wow, Texas Tech, as we speak, off to a 13-2 deficit in Morgantown.
Change
are about to get a
change my
little-
vote.
Oklahoma's looking better.
Dave's like, that's right, that's right.
Well, if we've learned anything from college basketball, a game doesn't.
That's a tough place to play.
If the game ended at the first TV timeout, then a lot of games would be over.
That's right.
I think Creighton would have lost, right? Marquette was up early.
West Virginia is a tough place to play, no matter what.
I wonder if there's like a flu going through Marquette too, because their player
There's
gets sick on the floor.
Yeah.
And
Somebody was puking.
Why was Oso out? Did they even say why?
it's just an illness.
Yeah.
So,
So that could
I didn't even
definitely
see him
be-
on the bench. I don't think he came. I
They're
think he's
playing
back.
UConn on Wednesday.
Yeah, I know it.
They're going to need everybody.
I think they're hoping he'll be okay.
And
Kolek seems a little iffy at this. I heard there was a rumor going on. It could be 2 weeks. They could hold him out until the NCAA.
Yeah. I mean, why not? I mean, what?
Yeah. I
What
mean,
are
all
they
they're going to
You
do is
want to play them at least one Big East tournament game.
the worst thing they're going to do is
like
lose.
seed-wise, like you're not
They're
gonna
going to lose
hurt
the 3.
No, but just to get in the flow.
They're in the battle for 2 and 3 in the Big East seed, which is kind of important this year. You want to get the 2 versus the 3 because you're probably going to end up playing the best of the teams that didn't get a bye if you're the 3, because those teams aren't going to lose to DePaul.
Are we voting? Yes.
On the voting ballot
1
list.
through 8. 1
Yep.
through 8. Okay.
Ranking.
Thank you.
Early, nearly halftime, Wake Forest has an early lead on Virginia Tech, 46-36.
Okay. Taking care of business.
Duke is up 19-8 on UVA early on.
Yeah, right they are.
I could also tell you Virginia has 8 and say it's in the second half, and you might believe that as well.
that's true.
Especially on the road.
I can also let the audience know that in about 5 minutes we have a doctor coming in to check on Shelby's health because he gets really sick when Virginia's on. So we're going to make sure he's
They
okay.
bored.
But they're playing Duke, so it's okay tonight.
Oh, okay. The great equalizer.
That's right.
Play wingspan with me.
At some point.
We got anything in the chat? Oh, a little bit.
Some weird vibes out of
What's
Texas
Tony
Tech,
taking
but-
a lunch break or something? He's not chatting. What's
Yeah.
going on?
He says, can you go over the difference in terms between scrubbing and selecting the field, and how often do you guys do both?
There you go, Graham. Perfect question for you.
Personal question.
So, for me personally, I like to redo my bracket every time that I can possibly redo my bracket. Every once in a while, if it's like, okay, I did a full refresh the day before, and then the next day there's been like 3 games on a Wednesday or something, I'm like, okay, I can scrub that one. But in general, I just try to redo it from the very beginning because everything changes. It's not just every metric changing. It's where are your opponents now looking compared to where they were a day or two before. The entire situation can change so much regardless of whether one specific team even plays or not. So I like to completely redo it. And something that I do find myself doing sometimes is when I do a new bracket, sometimes I actually look at that team in a totally different light than I did I don't know what it is, but I just see something different that I didn't see the last time, even if nothing is really substantially changed on their profile.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier off air that, I like to start over from scratch, but I will put a column in my spreadsheet that has my previous seed in there for each team, but then I hide it so I'm not skewed by it. And then at the end, I go and look. It's like, oh, wow, I moved this team 7 spots. Why did that happen? And I kind of look at it that way. But I always try and start over from scratch, too. I think that's probably the best way to go if you have the time to do it. I mean, Shelby's doing brackets every day. You can't scrub every freaking day.
I could, but I'm not.
I do sections. I do top, middle, bottom, and keep rotating. So I constantly am.
That's
But you're
what I do
right,
with
Graham. I
Oreos.
agree with you. Sometimes you'll be like, wow, what was I originally thinking here? You know, and it's not even that they've had great results. It's just that you viewed it differently. You know,
Mine's probably a little bit of a combo, because I also want to use where I did before, and then I'll go back and look and say, okay, do I think I was right, or did I have something wrong? But I also want to be sure that I'm not overreacting or underreacting in some cases to a single result. In other words, oh, that looked really good on Tuesday night. But I've had them here for I'll go back and look at my seed lists from, I keep a notebook of the stuff. I'm kind of old school with some of it. I mean, I have a computer with it, but I can go back and look and say, well, I've had them here for the better part of 3 weeks in this range. One result probably I should not overreact to one. So that's kind of where I am, but then you have to go back through occasionally and say, almost line by line, does this make sense? Does this make sense? Does this make sense? Okay, I probably didn't react where I should have. This team needs to be reevaluated, and then where do they fit in?
I just say, Dave, your notebook is like bracketology pornography. He goes through every day and
It's
writes
better
in
than-
different colored ink. Who
better
won,
than
who
any
lost.
computer I have. His
It's
notebook.
crazy.
That's
And it's
beautiful.
like
That's a beautiful
calligraphy.
thing. It's almost in some ways like being an underwriter. We're assessing risk at all times for each seed line, and you like some things, you don't like some things. The only teams that fit your square box, square hole, perfect borrower, if you're applying for a loan.
Look at that.
That's so good.
It's crazy.
Oh, it's awesome.
It's like when
Well done. Yeah, but so those are going to be your protected seeds where they're checking all the boxes. Everybody else, you have to be willing to accept a little bit of risk, and then you get to the point where you just can't take that much risk, and they end up in the NIT.
And the reality is you don't want to just kind of throw a team into a spot and be like, well, they're probably somewhere around this range. It's like, no, you want to nail it. You want to have them exactly where you think the committee's going to put them. And I think, to me, that's the fun challenge in all of it. Is it's not even like, do I think they're on the right seed line? Where on that seed line do I think they belong?
So many times I'll ask myself this question. Okay, this is where I see them. Now, looking at all this, based on conversations that we will have, and this weekend and at other times back and forth, and okay, am I missing something here, or where do I think then the committee? Do I think I have it right, or do I think, for me, I would have them a few spots lower, but I think the committee is going to do this. Hence, we were probably all a little surprised at the reveal when they had North Carolina at 5. Mm-hmm. Not that Carolina hasn't had a great season. I think we were just maybe Kansas at the time we thought might be in that spot. And so that's kind of one of those things. Okay, well, Carolina's done nothing but continue to do what they've done. So there's no reason to think that the committee would have probably changed that status at this point.
Yep.
Yeah, it is interesting. I was doing a radio spot a few weeks ago a couple weeks ago after the bracket reveal, and the question was, what was your biggest surprise from the bracket reveal? And that was my response. I was like, it's where UNC was placed on the 2 line. I almost had to kind of step back and be like, I know how that sounds. I had them as a 2 seed, and they were a 2 seed. I know but for me, it was completely shocking.
Yeah, I thought UNC was a toss-up between 8 and 9 overall on the seed list, with Iowa State being the potential 8 if UNC was the 9. So yeah, for them to be the 5 was surprising. I thought it was more surprising than San Diego State getting in at 14.
Yeah, at least with San Diego State, I personally didn't see it that way, but I could see how somebody else would view it that way. UNC was a total what am I not seeing? Because I don't get it.
And we talked about that on our pod, that it's possible they saw it, because the Tuesday night that loss to Syracuse was the bad one, and they started their whole process Wednesday morning and did the data all refresh for them. I mean, were they just trying not to overreact to one loss? You're just kind of guessing what they were doing, but I felt like it was just they took the 6 power conference champs and threw them up there.
Into the field in the 7 line, we're going to go in this order: Utah State, Nevada, Dayton, and Northwestern.
I'm a little surprised by that order.
That's going to make some very interesting,
Scrubbing conversations,
not
I think.
scrubbing, some very interesting 7-10 matchups, right? Because our 10s are going to be like Wake Forest, Michigan State, Gonzaga. I'm going to probably take every single 10 against those 7.
I think it's interesting for scrubbing purposes because of head-to-head being a factor there, potentially.
Yeah.
All right, so we're doing a time. Oh, yeah, we're doing a time. Okay, let's do one more. Let's pick. Well, we got 8, don't we?
Yeah.
Basically, unless somebody wants to throw one of the.
So we just need to rank those 8. Huh?
Should
I
we?
think we might need
Should
to
we
take some
stop?
from here and
Should we stop right now and check into the bubble, maybe? Under consideration, and
yeah,
maybe
I
do
think we need
that
to
route.
add some more to the field.
Okay, let's do that first. Yeah, otherwise we're gonna be in trouble.
Yeah.
Although we'll still have 8 left over, but yeah, let's do that. So Oklahoma, Texas Tech, Mississippi State, and Texas. So put those down in the
Yeah.
holding, and then we'll jump up those other 4.
Yep.
One of which probably is going to get bumped right away. And let's start.
And there are 9. There's 17 of these, so we would pick 6.
Okay, so everybody 6 out of the consideration board. That's 6.
Do we want to talk about any of them before we pick, or do we just want to
No.
pick them first? Okay.
We can talk. I'm always down to talk. Talk.
What I'm seeing in that under consideration list is a whole lot of teams that I don't think have tournament-worthy profiles. So for me, it starts to get down to which teams could I see there. St. John's and Villanova are interesting to me, but especially Villanova following their win today. I think that's a team worth probably examining their profile, because we haven't looked at Villanova yet this weekend.
Yeah, so the Villanova Wildcats out of the Big East Conference, obviously big road win at Providence, probably interesting case for Providence with them ending against UConn, that you can't count them out yet. If somehow they win that day, everything changes for them. Not saying it gets them in, but it's going to be super close if they win that. But for Villanova, Villanova did so much damage early on. They won here in Omaha earlier in the Big East season. Of course, in the battle for Atlantis, they won the whole thing against North Carolina. Their November/early December was a tale of 2 stories. On one side, you win the battle for Atlantis, one of the best events in college basketball, including the win over North Carolina and Texas Tech, who's also a tournament team. And on the other hand, you play all your Philadelphia inner city teams, you lose to all 3, including Drexel in the Wells Fargo Center. And Penn, who ended up being one of the worst Ivy League teams. Penn had a historically bad year, and Villanova lost to them as well. St. Joe's is pretty acceptable. I think they're actually a sleeper in the A10 tournament, but I'll digress from St. Joe's. So the issue for Villanova, even after today's win, in quad 1, they're still 4-8. 4 wins is nice, but 12 chances, is it impressive? Debatable.
They've got 2 pieces of platinum, though.
Yeah, the Creighton and the North Carolina here. Yeah, absolutely. 5-9 against the top 2A. Then you get almost all your. They're 4-0 in 2B, so that makes their quad 2 record look better than maybe it is in terms of value. So they're 9-9, all factored in, and then they're 12-12 in meaningfuls after today's win, which is just so borderline to the point where they're still in a spot where they probably can't take another regular season loss, and they still got to go at Seton Hall and home Creighton. And that's why, for me, I haven't talked about Villanova much, because I feel like what they're going to do in these last couple games, today was a huge step, but those next 2 are just as huge. They're all equally as huge. And you can debate they need to win both still, because if they split these, they're 13-13, and then if they're in the at-large pool, they've got that magic number of 14 losses.
We're talking about a Big East team.
And that's just the math of it. And once you see all that with the remaining schedule, it's kind of almost a waste of energy to pour your soul into their background right now when everything's still in front of them.
Oh, do we not have New Mexico on the board anywhere?
They're over there in the
They're already up there.
voting ballot.
Oh, okay. I guess I should pay attention.
They were in the previous hold.
Okay.
Yeah. So like since this exercise, I'll wrap it up. This exercise is all about trying to get a bracket by tomorrow. I can take Villanova right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they'll probably be in my opinion, for us. But that still requires, like I said, maybe even a 2-0 finish, which is really hard to expect. Those are
Right.
2 really tough games. And Seton Hall, for their sake, they probably don't feel 100% safe, so you're going to get a full effort from Seton Hall on Wednesday night.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, I mean,
Should.
this comes down to, you know, if it ends up being a close call, let's say they go into the Big East 19-12, lose their opener 19-13.
I think they're fine.
Then it comes down to, though, does the committee say that early win over North Carolina, the win over Texas Tech, Memphis, Maryland, you know, UCLA when we thought they were going to be pretty decent.
Yes.
Are those, that North Carolina win and Texas Tech, if they end up making the field, you know, are those the kind of things that another bubble team, particularly the Carolina win? Not a lot of other bubble teams at that point are going to have that. So that could ultimately be a game, much like we talked about Gonzaga, the win at Kentucky. That could be a one of those things that just, you're looking for a reason to pick one of the teams. This team beat North Carolina, who's a borderline 1 seed.
Exactly.
In the committee's mind.
And the win over Memphis in the championship game could matter if Memphis finishes hot. Just as a, you know, if there's one spot and it's Memphis or Nova, Nova beat them in the Bahamas by 16.
Right.
And the problem on the bad side for Villanova, until St. John's or Utah plays themselves in, which right now I think we all agree they probably are on the outside, Villanova's 8 losses to non-NCAA bound teams. And if this was last year, that'd be higher than anybody taken. So they're they've got all these extreme like talk about the underwriter example. They've got all these huge risk factors. We'd have to go to a senior underwriter to approve them. But if anybody could get by, it would be this type of resume.
Yeah, but you're right. There was a lot of
Extremes on both sides.
Villanova is in a spot right now because of their number of losses. Right?
Yes.
Versus that there's just not much wiggle room for them.
Exactly.
You know, so it's kind of like,
That's why I think they still need to probably sweep these last 2.
If they sweep them, they're going to be in a lot better shape than going 1-1. Then you maybe have to win your first couple games in New York.
Right, and then you have the 14 loss thing, and
You know,
it's tough.
their
It's tough.
overall.
At least if they lose one, if they split these, they're not going to add on to that 8 losses.
Yeah.
They won't go to 9.
Yeah, and that's why
they're probably both tournament teams, especially if they lose to Seton Hall. That will probably just clinch it for Seton Hall. But anyway, you guys jump in.
I'm having a very hard time picking 6 of these teams even worth considering.
Are we voting?
Yeah, I mean, I think
Usually if I'm talking too long, it means we're voting.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think St. John's is interesting. You know, a lot of their metrics don't look fantastic, but it's not bad. It's getting close. Got the Creighton win, the Villanova sweep is helpful for sure.
I think aside from these numbers, I pulled them yesterday morning, but among all the teams under consideration, St. John's 9-11, Q1, Q2, tied with Villanova for them. Obviously, Villanova got another one today, though, to move to 10-9. But yeah, St. John's is getting there. I felt like that St. John's Butler game was, to steal Rocco's term, a bubble out game, and didn't really push St. John's in. But now you look at them again; they're kind of in the mix.
To me, like, before we came here for the weekend, my first 2 out were Villanova and St. John's.
Yeah.
You know, so
8-6
obviously
on the left.
the big win at Butler,
6 from the under consideration list.
you know, that win at Butler doesn't do as much as it did, but it pretty much knocked Butler completely out of the equation. But I think they're right there. And, you know, we got some other bubble teams that are sitting right there along that cut line. And I don't know that St. John's is really any different than them, but there are some teams behind them that could still get some big wins too. Whereas St. John's, I don't think, has that opportunity until they get to New York to really, they can get a couple of wins, but they're not going to move the needle.
Do you think there's any legitimate case for Ohio State right now?
They're in the conversation.
They got 3 quad 1A wins, which is crazy, but 5-11 quad 1 and 2. Very much,
Yeah, you just can't.
very much that Notre Dame team that got in 4-9 quads 1 and 2. Like that is the one exception you're looking at if you're making a case for Ohio State right now.
And the fact that until that Michigan State game, they hadn't won a road game all year. They're 1-8 in road games, 4-0 in neutral. But those games are Santa Clara, UCLA, West Virginia, and then Alabama. That's the big one. So that's been what they struggled with so much. Just couldn't win away from home, and then those losses just kind of mounted on them.
I guess for me, with Ohio State, it's almost kind of simple math. All of the metrics look like a team that should be out, so then you have to go say, well, if all of that looks that way, the resume better look pretty darn good, and it just looks okay.
Yeah.
So I think for me at this point, just not enough. Could be though. I don't think they're out of this thing.
Not now.
No, I think they're back in. They would be on the committee's at-large board. They would get a look and a discussion,
That's about it.
but they still have some work to do, I think, to finish this comeback off.
Yeah, they got a lot
Hey,
of teams
let's
to climb
expand the
over.
field. This would be fun.
It is interesting. We've got Virginia as a team in the field. I'm just watching them out of the corner of my eye against Duke, and it is really not good.
Business as usual.
It's
when they lose by 25, which they are down by at this moment.
They might lose this game by 40, and frankly, they could have lost the Virginia Tech game by 40. That was a kind of generous scoreline to them. So often we think about selection being different than seeding when it comes to efficiency and all that, but man, it is so bad when they lose that there's just no way that can't enter the equation.
It's one thing to have 1 or 2 games where you just don't show up. It's like
Every
30%
game.
of Virginia's games, they just are terrible.
I mean, every team's allowed a stinker somewhere during the year. I mean,
Right.
it just happens.
But
Most teams,
draw
it
the line
happens.
at 7 or 8.
This is the other thing I'll mention about Ohio State since they were brought up.
Yeah, they're the veteran ballot.
No, they
Depending on
Okay, they're up 10.
how Iowa ends up,
Virginia Tech on the road.
whether Iowa can complete a comeback or whether they can't. But if Iowa's currently out now,
Probably bigger than Texas Tech. Switch it.
Ohio State would have 7 losses to teams not in the field. Unless if Iowa does well enough down the stretch to ultimately make it in, then it's 6. So it kind of goes back to what you were saying with, Villanova. That's a hard thing. You have that, only 1 road win. That's why I think Ohio State still has some work to do, despite a couple of high-end wins here recently.
Yeah. So I got myself drunk on that idea of paying attention to wins over the field and losses out of the field last year, which is how I ended up landing on NC State not being worthy because they had like 7 losses out of the field, but they beat Duke.
It's never an all
I didn't
end all
like
be
NC
all,
State either.
but it is a data point to at least discuss.
And I think that's just something everybody that's watching this has seen all the different things we talk about, but no one metric or data point or game is going to be the end all be all. It's all going to be weighing. We're just predicting what they're going to weigh on a particular team's profile that will be determinative on whether they should be ahead or below somebody else.
And a couple of updates from games that matter. People may be watching, but Texas Tech has
Tech's
closed
coming back.
a little bit. It's still 10-point game right now. And Iowa is up 6 at Northwestern with just over 12 minutes to go. So again, that's the next step for Iowa to really take that leap into, well, maybe we're getting closer to the cut line than close enough to get more of a real sniff, I guess.
So Bram Janvrin, sorry if I mispronounced that, asks, does Drake have a better chance of an at-large compared to Indiana State? What are their chances for an at-large as well?
That's a great question, and it's one actually I thought we should discuss. So, at some point, I know for our purposes, Indiana State's going to be the AQ, because for us to complete this
They play
process,
tomorrow.
we have to end our team results tonight. So they are the current leader.
Yeah, no, not playing no tomorrow.
But
yeah.
I think to this question, it would be a valuable discussion to have comparing Indiana State and Drake. If they both go on to make the Missouri Valley final, and they've each beaten each other one time, who has the better chance to get in as an at-large? If you're a Missouri Valley fan or whatever and you like the mid-major, which one has a better case to get in as an at-large?
Drake has a 750 win percentage against Quadrant 1. You just don't see that very often from anybody. So for me, I think
other game was
Indiana State is probably the team with the better at-large chance, just because, unfortunately for Drake, they haven't won as many games down the stretch here recently. But I do think Drake is not out of this thing because of the way they performed against Quadrant 1, specifically the way they played Nevada. I think that,
These are all
not
new
just being
votes?
a neutral court win, but a dominant neutral court win could be pivotal. But I think both those teams are certainly within the discussion range.
Yeah, the tricky part for me with Drake, and again, I think their wins are better. Especially when you add the Nevada game in there.
Top end win.
Yeah, the top end win with Nevada. But they have 5 losses to teams 100 or below.
Yeah.
And, it's not like any of them are horrible. They're not a 300 loss or something like that. But it's the combination of 5 of their 6 losses have been to teams sub 100. And with their metrics hovering not in a great range all the way around, it's probably a tough ask. But I think they're still in it. And if they get all the way to that Valley title game, I think they're definitely worth the discussion because their overall excellence over the course of the season.
I'll say this much. If we didn't have Indiana State as our AQ, if they were still under consideration, they would be on my team of 6 that I'm submitting here. Like, they're close enough for sure that they would be under consideration. I think at this moment they're a little bit ahead of Drake as far as if we're picking one for at-large, but obviously only one of them will in the end, assuming they play each other. But I think Indiana State, I would love them to get in. I think they're a fun team to watch. The world needs Robbie Avila as much as possible, but we'll see.
The hard part is this is where, to Graham's point, Drake is 3-1 against Quad 1 opponents. Of the ones that they played, Indiana State is 1-3. But the difference is
Indiana State played at Michigan State at
Alabama.
At Alabama, yeah.
As opposed to a neutral court against Nevada. So those are obviously tougher places to go. So this is where it gets really, when you're breaking this stuff down, it's not always as clear cut as that. Well, this is your record against that group.
Yeah, on my side, I think it's clear that the trees deserve it, based on the fact that
The trees.
they have 1 fewer loss overall. Of course, Indiana State has the loss that was out of bounds at home against Illinois State, quad 4 for sure. But I think they've performed. This is where, typically the performance metrics I really wouldn't look into for selection. But when you're at this level, it's it pops off the page when you see an Indiana State team at their level playing at a top 25, top 30 level all year long and sustaining the test of time.
Yep.
That's going to get the committee's attention no matter what. Beyond that, just looking at pure road damage, Drake had 6 opportunities in the top 2 quads. They went 2-4. Not bad. Indiana State had 7. They went 3-4, so they got the extra win there. And I think within the conference, you know, Indiana State's winning the league. That's an extra notch for your resume. So I think those are definitely the pros for Indiana State. I also love the away neutral record of 13 wins away from Terre Haute.
Yes.
13-4, whereas Drake is 8-6 away from Des Moines. That's a totally different story.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think
And I get it. When you start at the top, it looks sexy for Drake, but as you drip down the resume, it slowly leaks oil.
Yeah, and that's where that 5 losses to sub 100, to me, is a huge difference.
Right.
Where
It
Indiana
becomes
State
the
has,
bad outweighing the good.
yeah, their Indiana State has 2, both in conference. You know, you're going to lose a conference game here or there. So,
Right.
but you know, 5
Unless you're St.
sub
Mary's.
100, right? Unless
Yeah, Indiana State went to a decent event in Vegas. They went and tomahawked 3 teams in a row. Those games weren't even competitive. And
Duke's got 40.
they played
points.
everybody they could, and they played well.
Duke's up 40-15. I bet
Yeah.
you anything Virginia does not score 40 for the game.
So one thing that we haven't completely discussed about Indiana State that I do think is important is you kind of mentioned the predictive metrics as a mid-major and how that impacts things, but they're between 28 and 44 in every single metric.
Yeah, so if you divide them by 4,
I mean, they
you
really
get a mid-30s number.
yeah. I mean, this is a team that
That's of every team under consideration, they have the lowest all 5 average on the spreadsheet.
I think for the committee, in reality, they're a safer choice than an extreme case like Villanova, or even
St.
what
John's.
Providence, maybe even safer than New Mexico.
Yeah.
And certainly like a win.
Right. Well, Villanova's
So-
definitely going. I know that.
Villanova.
That's
Yes,
what-
you're correct. Villanova, Utah,
Yeah.
St. John's,
Uh-huh.
and Colorado.
Colorado?
Yes.
That's a tragedy.
Yeah, I'm sorry about Princeton.
Well, both. JMU.
Well, I had JMU. I'm surprised they didn't make it.
Did we go in? Never mind. I shouldn't ask.
What?
JMU was my first
I had
choice.
JMU.
They were my first choice.
Me too.
Life
I'm
is
just saying.
life
I
is
see
rough.
you. I had them
Life is rough.
Did you have JMU? If we,
I did not. I had Drake.
Oh wow.
too.
and that is very interesting. I've said that several times that it's going to be harder for JMU to get in if there's that second team out there. Like it's a lot easier if there's just one of them.
Yeah, right. You're correct. Okay, so let's. What do we got? We got those 8, right? We
Those
need to
8.
talk about anybody else. I hope you guys had a good discussion while I was gone.
I can talk about Colorado if you guys would like.
Yeah, we never mentioned Colorado. I don't think, have we?
And I don't know that we've talked a whole lot about Utah yet either.
Well, we can talk about them together, right?
Yeah.
Who do you want to do first? Utah?
Sure.
They're probably closer, depending on your stance. So Utah, they've had a rough go of late. You know, we talked a little bit yesterday about the triple overtime loss to Arizona, spiraling into a loss at home to Arizona State, which was their worst result of the year, swept by Arizona State, and then, of course, lost at Stanford and at USC, which are 4 losses south of the border in terms of being acceptable. But on the good side,
You write me in.
they're the
love letter.
only team to, or no, sorry, this is not a fact. They won at St. Mary's, but nobody in the WCC did that. Actually, a couple other teams way out of bounds did earlier in the year. But that's a huge win for them to get it on the road, true road win. BYU home win has aged pretty well of late. Washington State home win has aged pretty well, and neutral Wake Forest win looks a tad better than before. The problem here is Utah's all over the map in their quad records. You know, top 2A just 5-7, top 2 8-10. Pac-12's like the 6th best league. You know, you could stomach an 8-10 Big 12, but 8-10 Pac-12
It's tough.
tastes a little different.
Yep.
And then 12-11 in all meaningful action. The thing that I think the committee could reward them for is the top 25 non-conference schedule. They played the Charleston Classic. They challenged themselves as much as they could. Like I said, the BYU rivalry game panned out to be an awesome non-league game. The St. Mary's game was all on their own. They went and got that game scheduled. nobody goes there either, especially from a power school.
Yeah.
So that was awesome by Craig Smith. The really tough one is 2 and 7 in true road games in the top 2 quads. Luckily, one of them is St. Mary's. The other's UCLA, which the name looks good, but they're ranked in the hundreds. So, and then overall road neutral 4 and 9. So they end the year at the Oregon schools. They got to just make those records look a little better, so that the game at Oregon State's a must-win, and the game at Oregon will really help the record if they sweep them, and then give them another piece of silver, I guess.
Yeah.
So that's where they're at. I think they're really close. In fact, you could even argue them in some angles, depending on how you want to look at them. And then the last thing I kind of look at is the measuring stick is that SOR, they're mid-50s, which kind of tells you they're still a little out of bounds.
Yeah. Do you guys think, I know the committee says conference record doesn't matter. They don't look at conference. How does the Pac-12 factor play in any way? Do you think they're less likely to take a third team from the Pac-12 because the Pac-12 sucks? Do you think it's likely they will find a way to take at least a third team from the Pac-12?
I think subconsciously they're going to think about it. They can't help it.
Yeah.
They're not supposed to. It's not supposed to factor in, but we're all human. We've talked about it. Do you think they are going to talk about it? I think they might.
Right, yeah, and I think the interesting thing is the final week, you have Colorado and Utah both going to the Oregon schools. So with 3 of those minus Oregon State being kind of still in the mix, if just one of those 3 finishes hot and gets a sweep, they're going to be pretty close.
Yeah.
Although Oregon did get smashed at Arizona, which is going to probably hurt their performance stuff. But
They did, but if they beat each other, they're
Yeah,
just
they all
average
split.
they're just average wins.
I mean,
exactly.
if
They
we're
might
looking
be
at
all stuck out. Yeah.
if we're looking at these two, there's obviously issues with both resumes, which is why they're at where they're at, right? They can't winning away from home has been consistent anyway, has been an issue. I think Utah's ever so slightly in front of Colorado, even though Colorado has a better net rating, simply based on the fact of the BYU win, the St. Mary's win, and the Wake Forest win in the non-conference. Whereas Colorado's best wins are Richmond, which is proven to be okay,
Yeah.
and then Miami. So if you were going to put them side by side, they both have some negatives, but those
Utah
couple
has the
things,
wins. Yeah.
those
Right.
couple of wins, if you were going to rank those 2 teams side by side, I think Utah would be a hair ahead of them.
Absolutely.
Plus, they both played Arizona twice. Colorado
Well,
really
last
got
4
demolished
in.
both times.
Both times.
Where Utah lost in overtime.
Triple.
You know what I'm saying? So
Look.
Right.
that's a little bit different.
Joe had Colorado, had Utah. So there.
There we go. Yeah, and the other thing I got to say, as the Pac-12 representative here, you could argue, I was on Utes radio 2 days ago, and we had a long interview. And the voice of the Utes, Bill Riley, check him out, he's great, reminded me, Raleigh Worcester, he's been out since the first UCLA game. When he went out, they were 12-4, 4-2 in the league, with a good resume, and everybody had Utah as like a top 6 or 7 seed.
Yeah.
They weren't even bubble at all, but obviously still, midterm in terms of pregnancy talk. Now, they've gone since the injury. They've gone, and this is before the game against Cal today. They've gone 5 and
Bowie's
7.
hurt.
5 and 7 without him, and he's on track. I've talked to the staff too, to be back for those Oregon games next week. That's something the committee's really going to look at, especially if he comes back, and they've been slowly bringing him back to make sure he's fully good.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody there says he's their second most important player behind, of course, Brandon Carlson, their stud, big man. If they go and win those 2 at Oregon, they're still on the bubble, and they got that Raleigh-Worcester factor, that's going to be a big discussion.
I would like to hear the group go through. I don't know that we've spent a whole lot of time talking about Seton Hall. We talked a little bit about Providence. We can touch on them. They had a game today, lost to Villanova at home.
Yep.
I think we can touch base, but Seton Hall's probably in that bubble range too. So I'd be curious to get people's thoughts on how they see Seton Hall. I mean, obviously the two great home wins. Not a lot of people have beaten Connecticut this year. They're one of them. Did beat Marquette in a close game at home. Ironically, they have a season sweep of St. John's. So they're, we talked about these teams being tied together, right?
Yep.
So St. John's working their way in makes that even look better if that's the way it plays out. I'd be curious to get other people's takes on Seton Hall with the 5 wins in Quad 1, 3 in Quad 1A, how everybody else kind of sees them.
I've got them higher probably than most. About on the 9 or 10 line for me. I think they've got enough good in their resume that outweighs the bad, the Rutgers and USC losses, which those are forgivable because they're not; those teams are not necessarily supposed to be that bad. So I just think that win over UConn is big, and by 15, it wasn't by a 2-pointer at the buzzer.
Yeah, they're a perplexing team. I
Yes.
mean, you watch them and you don't see anything spectacular. They have a little bit of a size deficiency, so the bigger players around the country and Big East take kind of a little advantage of them. But like you said, Shelby, those 2 wins are that's what's holding them together here. I mean, obviously without those, it wouldn't even be a discussion. I will say they got those teams very early in the conference season, at home. Haven't really done a whole heck of a lot on the road. St. John's, which was at UBS, and St. John's had a huge lead there and let it slip away. But that was at UBS, so there was a bigger turnout than, say, if they'd have been at home in Carneseco, which I don't understand why Tino doesn't play more games there, because I think that's if they're as good as they are this year, they'd have a nice home crowd advantage in that little building. Providence was a nice win, but that was the game where Hopkins got hurt. So I think that was kind of a shock to Providence's system when he went out for most of the game. And they weren't, they had no time to prep for something like that, right?
Yep. It's like an episode of ER back in the old days, Thursday night.
I think for me, when I'm looking at Seton Hall and just seeing some of these other resumes, the way we're talking about them, it's just better, right? Like, at this stage of the process, we're not dealing with perfect resumes.
Right. No.
They've got some good stuff on there that outweighs the bad. For me, Seton Hall's a tournament team right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're growing on me in a good way. Like aloe vera kind of. It just feels good. You let it soothe for a while, it gets better. That's the way it's been lately with the Pirates. Just because all these other teams we bring up, I just feel a little more solid about a team that's beat UConn and Marquette, that has road wins against all the other Big East bubble teams for the most part, a sweep of St. John's. What else do you want them to do?
Yeah.
They've you knew out of that pack of like 5 bubble teams a month ago, hopefully one of them would emerge, and they've been the one. They've earned it, I think.
I think they've been definitive as being the top of that group. And so, unless you think the Big East is like a 4 or 5 pit league, they've got to be in there.
Absolutely. They don't want to lose out or
All right.
anything. They do have UConn tomorrow, which is probably another loss. But if they beat them, it's a sweep. And then we move them into the maybe 7, 8, 9 seed.
Yeah.
So let's we're going to table this, and we'll come back when we're going to take a break. We're going to shorter break tonight, not the full hour. We'll come back about 45, so let's say about 6:45.
I was just
Central.
Right before he walked in with the pizza, I was going to say, I think we should wait half an hour for this vote so we can see what happens in this Wake Forest Virginia Tech game.
Yeah, there we
turn
go.
that on?
Yeah. So let's take a break, and
Dude, game's over.
we'll come back and table this
right.
voting when we get back in about 45 minutes. So we won't drop the stream, so we'll hang on. We'll leave it up, but go get yourself something to eat and drink, and be back with us. Thanks. Hey, welcome everybody to the 2024 Mock Selection Committee evening session. We'll go to just a little before 9. We'll take a little break, then we'll be back at 9 with happy hour and do some more work. Right now, if you remember when we left you, we're going to vote on those 8 teams we've all discussed. New Mexico, Providence, Seton Hall, Wake Forest, who just had a result of a loss. Villanova, Utah, St. John's, and Colorado. So we're going to commence with those votings and move on to get more teams in the field.
It's hard not to
we're
get
sending
excited
those.
by this music as we're trying to vote.
So we're ranking that voting ballot to be added with those other 4 teams down there, correct?
These will be voted into the field. We're voting on these,
Okay.
those 8. We're picking 4 to go in.
So just send them 4, or do you rank them in order?
All 8 in order.
Thank you.
Yep. And then we're just taking the top 4. Yep.
Yep. We did briefly discuss off air, like just holding a vote to maybe put Iowa in place of either Providence or Wake Forest in light of recent results, but
We're going to get there
in theory,
in the
right?
process.
We have our full 7 seed lines. In theory, these are our 8s. We have 8 more in the field, so those are our 9s and our 10s. So right now, what we're voting in theory, again, is the 4 of our 6 11 seeds. So there will still be at least one more opportunity for Iowa to get its way in, which it very likely will after a road win over Northwestern. Not to try and sway the vote in any way, shape, or form.
In the chat, Brendan Anderson says, we need to seriously discuss Virginia.
We have been.
And we will when we
The
get
entire
to the
break, we were just
seeding
talking
part
about
of it.
Virginia.
Virginia is,
Part of it.
if you're just basing it off today, they're one of 358 teams that would probably also lose at Duke. Arizona being one of the exceptions there.
And the question is North Carolina one of the exceptions or not?
Yeah.
They'll get that chance.
Brendan also asks if Texas Tech may be an 11 seed if they lose. They're up 6 right now at West Virginia. I think we're going to have to see where they end up.
I would say no.
They're still on our holding board to be voted on as potential 8 seeds. So maybe an 8 seed, maybe a 9 seed could be in store, but we'll have to see how this game ends up.
Apparently Duke got a little edgy when they found out last night we knocked them to a 4 off the 3 line.
Well,
They
that's your
said,
own fault.
We're going to rack up some points here today.
I think the edge of the 3 line, beginning of the 4 line, is getting pretty interesting, just based on Creighton and Duke both looking very good at times today. I don't think it was a completely dominant performance for Creighton, but obviously picking up a win against Marquette and with the margin they did, it's a really impressive result.
I don't know why we're talking about Duke and Creighton right now. We're looking at like New Mexico and Wake Forest.
I already voted. I'm
Yeah, just
trying to get some discussion going. Tony Schneider asks, what do your man caves and offices look like? How many screens and how many different subscription services?
Yeah.
I plead the 5th.
Well, I usually don't have multiple. I actually don't have like a man cave for watching basketball at this point. Maybe someday down the road, but sometimes I'll have a second TV depending on the evening in, and I stream most everything, so it's mostly, streamed cable and then maybe ESPN Plus and stuff like that to get a lot of the games you can't otherwise see.
I'll usually have 2 TVs going, but if it's a really big day, I usually pull out the projector screen too and get that third going. And even then within those screens, because I've got YouTube TV, I do the multi-view option, so I might have 6 or 7 games going on simultaneously.
It's not the same, but instead of a projector, I have my iPad that I'll pull out. And sometimes I'll pull up a stream something from ESPN Plus on my phone. But yeah, this is about the time of year that I bring the second TV into the office, and obviously one of them will be on multi-view most of the time.
Well, I'm single and live alone, so whatever I want to do.
Tony Schneider also mentions, enjoy that first round on me, guys. Sent you another Venmo.
Thank you so much, Tony. You've been great all weekend.
Appreciate you, Tone.
And even Iowa looks great for you.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Iowa is not a part of who we have on this voting ballot, but this result was a resume-changing result.
Right.
Yeah.
And we took the vote before that game or before the result was final. So that's going to change.
We also had Northwestern as our last 7 before that result was final.
Yeah.
So
Well, and we know that when we come in to do this, when there's still actual regular season games going on, we're going to have to do, the committee will do multiple scrubs too, but we'll have to do a good one, particularly around the periphery of those lines, to be sure that something that took place today doesn't, whether it warrants a change or doesn't.
gives you kind of peek behind how the sausage is made or whatever. Like, you know, at this point, we're going to get to a spot where like, whatever. Like, this is how we voted. Let's just keep them that way. Is that what the committee does during conference tournament week?
Henry Muto asks or mentions that Texas A&M wins at Georgia, so that could be a big result for Texas A&M to kind of get back into the picture. Not
Talk about wins over Georgia as big results.
Not a needle-moving result, but it could be the start of something that gets them back into the equation.
Yeah, one of the biggest challenges facing Texas A&M is not that they don't have the wins.
Quantity.
It is the fact that
They have
their
13
losses have mounted,
Yeah.
and particularly ones they shouldn't have. I mean, you lost at Vanderbilt. It's just in their spot where they were, you can't lose that game.
Where are they even at? Do they?
And then
they have 5 quad 3 losses, I think.
And then they lost at Arkansas at home. Again, it's not like this absolutely horrific loss, but where they were at the time, you just can't take that.
Right.
So at 13 losses overall, unless they plan to win the SEC tournament, they're going to have 14 losses. That puts you in, it's possible, but you're going to have to get to probably at 19 to 20 wins. And are they going to be able to get enough to get there? It just is they've got a strong thing to schedule, but they're just behind the 8 ball because of that pile of losses.
If there's one team who knows that conference tournament week doesn't matter, it's Texas A&M.
Yeah, 6 of those 13 are against non-NCAA as well. It's a big number.
Here's what'll happen. They'll be close, and then they'll go, well, how'd you leave at A&M? Well, they lost their first conference tournament game. Do you think there'll be an explosion down there when that happens?
Well, again, they're at 13 losses. If they win the rest of their regular season games and win a couple, you could be back in that conversation. We just know our experience tells us that to 15 losses is almost impossible.
Almost impossible.
So you really can't lose another one in the regular season unless, again, you're going to win the conference tournament, in which case it's a moot point because you're an automatic qualifier.
And their best road wins SMU, who just lost to UTSA today. So now maybe their best road wins at Ohio State. They're all kind of equal. Ohio State, LSU, SMU. Yeah. They're nice road wins, hard places to win, but not tournament level.
Well, and unfortunately, Texas A&M's metrics have taken a big hit.
Yeah.
So that's another caveat they're going to have to overcome, which means they're not only just have to win these games,
Yep.
they're going to have to sort of look impressive doing it if you're going to factor that in, because whether it's results-based or predictive at this point, neither one of those results is going to help offset. And again, I think we can all agree that Texas A&M has some great wins.
Of course.
But just too many losses have piled up on them in this recent skid.
Yeah, and I think the last point there is that with them already at 13 losses, and the only road games left are Georgia and Ole Miss. Their road resume, they're not going to get a gold or platinum opportunity. There's nothing left to save them, because the only examples with 14 losses or more, the characteristic that's similar across the board with those rare examples is heavy road work, and they're out of opportunities for that. So I think it's time to make your NIT plans if you're an Aggie.
And it is interesting. Usually, if a 14 or 15 loss team gets in, it's usually somewhat comfortably. Like they won't
They're
put
like
them
nines.
in Dayton. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Michigan State
Like the
other
Vandy.
year they had 14 losses. They got in somewhat comfortably.
Because those teams.
The Vandy team got a 9. The Florida team got a 9. I forget what Alabama was. I think a 10. But yeah.
Because most of those teams have at least a win over a 1 seed or multiple protected seed level wins away from home.
Tony Schneider asks, how much do coaching changes, for example, Ohio State injuries like Northwestern and such, change how you value a result? Since Iowa beat a shorthanded Northwestern team, does that diminish the win?
I don't think it does, and I don't recall a situation, there probably has been, but where a coach was fired or quit during the season, and they were good enough team to be considered for the bubble.
1989 Michigan.
Steve Fisher, that's who I thought of.
All right. But they already hit. They won their Big Ten tournament.
Yeah.
So there's no discussion.
No discussion.
So
Had to put him in there somewhere.
right, it was a rule.
All right, we got
If I
4.
remember correctly.
Seton Hall.
Speaking of 89,
Yeah.
Nice segue there. New Mexico, Villanova, and there was a big drop from there down to St. John.
Wow.
as there should be,
Yeah. Got
because
ugly.
it was really hairy with Pepto-Bismol in the middle after those 3.
I think for some people, not to us, seeing Wake Forest not make it could be surprising just because there's been so much discussion this year about how good Wake Forest is.
Yeah, they're a good team, but you're losing games you shouldn't lose if you're a tournament team, and you're not winning games you should win.
Yeah, it's interesting. Ken Palm's already processed the Virginia Tech result today, and they only dropped from 22 to 23 for him.
No, it's
And it's
typical.
11 point. So that means in his algorithm, they've done so much good, it's really hard to unwind it. And that's probably going to happen in the net. But I think we're all mostly in agreement that those records are just so far out of bounds that
Well,
I mean, what was-
we've rehashed this, but the
Yeah.
biggest issue Wake has is they haven't done anything off their home floor. They're
Nothing.
3-11, and those wins are Boston College, Georgia
Towson.
Tech, and Towson,
right.
despite multiple chances. So even though they've done some good, that's just a hard thing to sell on when you just haven't had
Okay.
a win away from home.
For all you Iowa fans,
Yes.
here's our chance. We got to pick
4 of them.
We just 4. We're down to 4.
I think we're at 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 13. So it's 4.
So we 4. So the 4. Well, how's that gonna work?
It'll still be the top 4, but we just pick
So
4. Yeah.
whatever 4 show up. Yeah. So yeah, it'll be the most 4 that gets the most votes.
Yeah.
So there's probably gonna be a tie here, unless we're all unanimous.
Yeah.
Which we should be.
So
You know,
we're
we've been
taking,
hanging out a long time now.
Yeah.
are we putting these in order, Tim?
Not be with that list.
From this, no, it'll just be 4.
This is where Keith
4 of
Gill-
these 13.
Okay.
I think Keith Gill's the key to the selection committee if James Madison gets to the final. He's the Sun Belt commissioner. He's on the committee. And again, he leaves the room anytime James Madison comes up. But doing all the things we've been doing, you take breaks. Maybe they probably won't have as much beer as you guys, but
Hey,
As you guys, I love that
Yeah, I
one.
think you've had the most.
but it's hanging out, having meals. It's all this discussion. For anybody watching, we're all talking about the same stuff when we're on or off camera. I'm sure the committee does the same thing, which is pretty cool.
Absolutely.
My point is, by day 2, 3, 4 together, what has Keith Gill done to talk up the Dukes?
Yeah.
But he's got a real job to do when they get together, and it's in Indianapolis, right? So
Yeah.
Keith Gill, pressure's on, baby. Buy lunch for everybody.
When I
and beer.
when Bruce Rasmussen was the head of the committee, I talked to him about that, and he said he was ahead and he didn't want to influence anybody or get influenced by anybody, so he would like go have dinner off the table by himself.
And I've heard
because-
there's people that still do that.
because he knew
They
he
sneak
saw
away.
4 guys over here talking, and he knew, committee member A was trying to influence B because A was out of the room during this, and
Yeah,
So
it's fascinating.
this is really the last chance to make a case for any of these teams being in, because I think after this vote,
and it's tough, Gary.
we'll have all of them.
It's tough.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the need for, James Madison and Princeton.
Yep.
Impossible to compare to standard Power 6 teams, which is almost everybody else, except maybe Memphis or Drake.
Yeah.
But even Memphis has a huge sample size.
But then you'd have to use the eye test, and that's not really used anymore.
Yeah, and I actually think if JMU, because they could still win the Sun Belt tournament,
Right.
their starting five has been together for 3+ years, some of them 4 years. They're a dangerous team. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Edwards is probably going to be player of the year, right, in the league. They're solid. I mean, they didn't go to Michigan State on opening night and win by accident. I mean, they were so organized, knocked down so many big clutch shots. And it's just been a long year for them of a lot of quote-unquote meaningless games, but they had to win them all, and they did win all those meaningless games.
They won everything but 3.
Yeah.
Well, and I think the other thing that's important here,
crazy.
as we continue near the end, there will be a few extra teams that will end up in our first out. But all of these teams theoretically are still alive because they got a conference tournament.
Yeah.
Of course.
Right. So I mean,
Everybody
not that
does.
everybody's going to win, but the end of this could end up looking very different.
Yeah.
Because like, let's just look, for example, right now, Richmond will be our projected champion in the A10. But if Dayton were to actually win the A10 tournament, there's another at-large spot that could open up. The same potentially if Florida Atlantic, holds on and gets things, then they actually get hot and win their conference tournament. South Florida may not get in as an at-large. So those are the moving parts where who's in that first 4 can change
In both directions.
in both directions. It can
Yeah.
squeeze. That's why I said you don't want to be Friday and be the last team they voted in.
Yeah.
Because you might end up there, you might end up a little better, or you might end up on the outside when VCU or somebody wins the American on Sunday. The Atlantic 10, yeah.
Yeah, but they're both Sunday
Yeah.
too, which
Yeah.
is crazy. And the one thing I like the way this year's played out, and at least the way I do my bracket, is constantly projecting the team with the inside track to the 1 seed in the conference tournament. It's been a consistent projection of 2 bid steals, which is cool because we could get crazy and have like 4 bid steals, or we could get really boring and have none somehow if Dayton and FAU show up ready to roll at their tournaments. And so you're right, that the first time in a long time I feel like it could expand or shrink. A lot of years lately, or at least the last couple, it feels like we went into it with no projected bid steals. And last year I think last year there was none.
That sounds right.
Yeah, so you just don't know how it's going to go.
Tim, we have a problem with the stickers.
Uh-oh.
We don't have Akron.
Look back. I thought I maybe moved them back because they were.
You've Central Michigan, you've Toledo. I don't see Akron. You can just write one.
Swear to God, there was one on there. That's no worry. I can print one up tomorrow morning. Not a problem. But God, there had to be something happened to it because I had Akron in there.
Yeah.
I actually remember putting them on a magnet.
Oh, maybe there's stuff on the back.
No, there's not. I looked.
Just while we're waiting to catch this vote, there was a conversation going on. I happened to see on Twitter something about, like potentially BYU being placed in Salt Lake, even as a 5. The committee has made that abundantly clear that as long as it's in the bracketing principles,
It's fine.
they're not going to do it on purpose. But because it also happens to be a Thursday, Saturday site, which BYU has to go to a Thursday, Saturday site. So they're already restricted
In the
to 1 to 4 pods to begin with and 2 regions. So to make that work,
Oh, BYU.
yeah. And
Yeah.
so with BYU,
It's East or West this
yeah,
year.
I mean, it's possible. It's potentially possible they could be in Salt Lake as a 5.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they could still work their way up and maybe be a 4. But my point is, like, as of today, if they stay on our 5 line,
Yep.
they could be there. Same way with Nebraska, theoretically.
Coming
could
to
play
Omaha.
Could play in Omaha.
Yep.
Because they don't play home games here. It's not considered a home court advantage. And we've seen it in the past. I distinctly remember a year when Pittsburgh was a 3 seed, got sent to Milwaukee, and Wisconsin was the 6 there.
Right.
And people were up in arms about it, but the committee does not
the
project
first round.
who's going to win their first round game.
Exactly.
So they're going to set it up based on the best location within the bracketing rules at that point of the bracket, and they're not just going to ship somebody off because they might win their first game.
Yeah, somebody asked me the other day about Gonzaga in Spokane. I said the way it's looking now, they could be there as not as a 5 seed, but as a 12 seed. If there's if they end up at the play-in, and another mid-major, McNeese or whoever, scoots up a little bit, that would knock them down, put that 12 seed possibly in Spokane. And he was like, no, they wouldn't do that. I said, well, they wouldn't avoid that's fair and open, because the first round would be against the 5
Hasn't
seed.
that already happened? That Gonzaga's played in Spokane? Didn't that happen one year? I thought it did.
As the
That sounds
higher
right.
seeded team,
Yeah,
but
they're
not
like a
lower
2
seeded.
seed or maybe
Yeah,
a later
well,
one.
not as an unprotected.
Yeah.
No, right.
I mean,
California as a 12 one year played in San Jose.
Yeah.
Syracuse was there. I remember that.
They were 12.
And they won.
But it was 5 they were going against, not a protected seed.
Not
Was
a
that-
protected seed.
Was that also the year that they screwed up and it was UNLV, Cal, and they had already met during the regular season?
Yeah,
and
and
Cal had the home court advantage, and well, not home court, but
They played very well in that pod.
I mean, earlier when Butler was in a different position than they are today,
Yeah.
they would have been an example. They could have played in Indianapolis because it's at Gamebridge and it's not
It's hosted by the Horizon League.
right. Yeah,
And
so
IUPUI.
exactly. So they theoretically could have gone there.
So now they get to play a home game, maybe.
I mean,
Who will
right. I
have a
mean,
new
so
name
I mean,
next
there,
year.
there are examples of this across the board, and I realize, to the person's point when I read this, if I'm a 4 seed and my 5 seed is BYU and I'm in Salt Lake, I am probably not happy about it. But the committee's not going to just not do it
No.
just because you might not be happy
you
with
mentioned
it.
you mentioned Omaha in that scenario. So let's say Nebraska is put in Omaha. You would have Kansas, Iowa State, and Nebraska here. Good luck getting a ticket to that.
Yeah.
And
At
if
least for the
you're a
first round
Creighton-
game.
If you're,
Right.
if you're a Creighton season ticket holder and you purchase those tickets because you get first dibs, man, plan your vacation to go somewhere nice now.
We got a comment in the chat from Ryan McDonald. Said, "Go Seattle Supersonics." Great shirt, Mr. Rocco Miller.
Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it.
And then the other appreciated is he said, "Buy a couple rounds on me for Rocco Miller's birthday. Happy birthday, Rocco. Sent you a Venmo, Tim."
Oh, awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
Ryan's my best friend from we were little. Just logged in. Keep watching. We appreciate you.
So that's a real person that knows you?
Yes. Not just an imaginary cartoon
Wow.
behind
I
it.
love all the chats. Please do not distract Rocco any
Yeah.
further.
Just vote, man. Just kidding.
yeah,
I got some teams in here. Don't worry about it.
I want to
2 votes behind.
share an observation that unrelated to this chat, but Rocco said earlier something about James Madison's had the same starting 5 for like 3 years. I was writing the other day about Oso Ighodaro being the star sidekick to Tyler Kolek. The two of them had played in every single game together for the last 3 years, and then they
today.
both missed today. That might be my best curse job ever.
Way to go. Good job.
Shout out to Ryan, the #1 donator so far.
Nah.
Triple figures. Nice job, Ryan.
Way to go, Rye. We love you, baby.
You so far are tonight's fan of the night.
Fan of the night.
I ain't a fan of the weekend.
Well, Anthony's had a pretty strong performance.
Yeah. But is Anthony
Anthony's
donated?
cooking with gas.
Anthony's donated a lot.
Okay.
He's
Go Anthony.
Rocco and I were talking. Maybe it would have been cheap for him to just do the 362.
he's definitely given us the most questions. That's
Yes,
for sure.
and that's been
and we appreciate it. Not complaining at all. We need all the help we can get filling dead air.
Tony says that he wants to see if his bribery worked. Is Iowa going to get in there?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think
Well,
you're in
we're-
good shape
we're-
by the early returns.
We're going to find out here in a minute.
Want to say something because we just kind of briefly touched on it and then we moved on to the topic. So I know some people are probably wondering, all right, so you put out this bracket tomorrow. What are you going to do for? Yes, we get together usually by Zoom or by text or whatever and go, okay, you know, the 3 line is much different now today than it was 2 weeks ago. What are we going to do? And we will have a completed bracket that'll be on bracket matrix and also on the new banner brackets, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, we can't stand each other enough to be
By
in
the
the
way,
same room.
For more information on the banner brackets, we're going to have a ton shipped out here in the next week. So,
Almost there. Here we go.
Jesus.
We do have two.
A lot of these teams changed today, so that's why I had to. I didn't want to just do
Yeah.
it thoughtlessly.
You only have
of
so
course
many
not.
to pick
Why
from.
don't you do?
Yeah, but a lot of shuffling going on in that stack there today.
Not a lot.
We have two really big games
It's your
going on
birthday.
right now.
It's your birthday.
Oregon got pounded. That made things a little confusing.
Not really.
Houston's early on tied 5-5 with Oklahoma and Norman. Tennessee is at Alabama. Significant seeding implications for the top of the bracket in both of those. Especially because Houston, if they want to make a run at the overall number 1 seed, they probably need to win this game against Oklahoma.
We were only doing
I don't
4.
think they can afford to
So you
take
just want
another
the top
loss if
4.
they want
Yeah.
to try to get.
I heard
off
top
that
8 in
overall
order.
1 seed, and then Tennessee's up 7-5
They're in order.
against Alabama. Alabama, we currently have 11th overall.
If they
They
score
could
100?
potentially be in danger of dropping to a 4 seed if they can't beat Tennessee, and then Tennessee could potentially be looking at a 1 seed, maybe, depending on how people value this win if Tennessee's able to get it on the road.
But Alabama's going to score 100. Right? They're going to get
Well, and,
100
you know,
points.
We talked earlier about how the committee had North Carolina at 5, and they really haven't done anything to drop.
Right.
But there's also teams behind them because the SEC is stronger this year, top to bottom, than the ACC is. They could get past. That happens too. So I always like to, games do not happen in a vacuum. You're in a spot, but there's teams playing behind you and in front of you. So sometimes you can move by standing still. You can move backwards or you can move forwards. Those kinds of things that happens in the process throughout the year.
I have had instances where a team has dropped after winning.
We had a lot of selections here. There really was. Iowa was unanimous, by the way. Then closely behind them, drum roll please, James Madison.
Yeah.
Who voted for them?
And then we went down a little bit more. Very close was Memphis. And then there was several teams, but one team edged out the others with one more vote, and that was the Tigers of Princeton.
Oh.
We did it, Rocco.
Wow. We'll take it however we can get it.
Yeah, too bad this doesn't count.
Well, now that we're going to be
Interesting,
voting,
some teams that are out here. A&M's not a surprise when Dave was talking about the loss total. I mean, that's the thing that sticks with us. At 2 weeks away, even if they had a clean slate, they're still going to lose one more, and that's going to be difficult with their resume to get in.
Yeah. I guess I'm happy with the list overall. The only slight surprise is Kansas State, just because again, for this weekend, it's probably the right vote because they don't have a path this weekend. But with that road game at Kansas, they can still play their way in.
Yeah, I would be, Kansas State was on my list. I was a little surprised. I mean, again, we're going to talk about these teams. Like, to me, Kansas State has the kind of wins that Princeton doesn't. That's not a knock on Princeton because you can't compare apples to apples. It's a different thing. But, I just think, like, you're right. I mean, to me, Kansas State still has a chance to change this narrative in the next couple of weeks.
I think there's another team up there that can change it a little bit.
Ohio
if they win,
State.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because, I understand
Who do they
have
have
a
left?
lot of bad, okay? But they do have
3
wins over the top
Bod
24.
1A.
Yeah.
Yep.
But all they have left is Michigan and the game at the rack.
Right, I'm just saying, though, if they don't, they need to keep winning because they can improve some of the other things on their board.
Yeah, just
all over
beef
the
it up.
place.
Yep.
And then maybe get a couple in the Big Ten tournament, even though we know, let's not go down that road. but hey. Oh my goodness! So we could have the first non-DePaul win tonight. Georgetown's up 45-33 with about a minute left in the first half. Ooh.
So, kind of thinking about these teams that are going to be on our next voting ballot. Princeton, we talked about briefly, 32nd in strength of record, but no wins over Quad 1 or Quad 2A. For me, I just don't think Princeton has enough to get into the field at this point as an at-large. And it's, not a knock on Princeton. It's just that Rutgers didn't pan out maybe the way that they would have hoped. Had Rutgers had a better season, maybe it's a different conversation, in my opinion.
Right. Well, I mean, the reality is Princeton doesn't have a win in quad 1 or the top of quad 2.
Yeah.
I mean, so to me, that's just, despite all the excellence elsewhere, that's just that I think kind of would be a new precedent. I don't know that any team has ever gotten an at-large bid without beating anybody in quad 1 or the top of quad 2.
It's not like
At
they
least
went.
in the net era.
It's not like they went 0-4 in those games though. They just freaking didn't get one.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the thing about James Madison too that bothers me, I don't know, what's the worst strength of schedule ever to get in? I mean,
Drake had, I think looked at a little different than a power team because Drake was the last team in a couple of years ago when they played Wichita, and they were 306. So
really?
yeah,
Really that bad, huh?
they were,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
because it shocked me. And then committee chairman was asked about it and confirmed they were looked at differently. And then also Rutgers squeezed into the first 4 around that time. I don't know if that was the same tournament. No, it must have been different. But they were really close to 300 as well as a power team. Those are the 2 most recent extremes, probably easily the 2 most extremes of the net era. And I think with James Madison, they got that Michigan State game scheduled. They had the 2 MAC challenge games. Both of them were tough games, and one was really hard to win. The other, they stomped the MAC champion, probably in Akron.
Yep.
Some of them were, James Madison's got a lot of money at that school, so they bought some teams. So they do get dinged there. But I don't know. I mean, just the fact they got such a home run win and didn't really screw it up all the way. I don't know. It's so hard. It's the hardest thing. To me, the way I look at it is if these teams like Iowa and others jump and play their win and earn their spot, they take that spot. But if we get to the very end and the committee's still looking for a team that can actually feel good about taking, James Madison's there to be taken. Yeah. And that's why they've mainly been in my first 8 out. And yesterday I woke up and I'm like, I don't want any of these teams. I'm taking JMU.
Yeah.
It is interesting.
So they're just sitting there waiting to get taken.
I think they are sitting there, but we're talking about a committee of 12 members.
Yeah.
And with the KPI being 94th in the country, is that just so bad that you're like, hey, I can get on that bandwagon, but not at 94th?
Yeah.
I mean, granted, KPI is more valuable than BPI, but that one year Wyoming got in, they were like 108th in BPI. So I don't know that one metric is necessarily going to
Well, I think the
kill
fact
them.
that it's a resume metric being 94th hurts a heck
Yeah,
of a lot.
I think it is definitely more valuable than BPI.
The one thing about our process here it's the same, but we also, the committee will actually, some of the teams that we're talking about here will go in as AQs. Right. Like somebody from the Pac-12 is going to go in from an AQ, and we're assuming one of our tops is going to do it. But that's where those dynamics can change. We were just talking, during our little dinner break.
Yep.
What if someone like USC, who has a lot of talent, is playing at the end of the year, wins the Pac-12 tournament?
UCLA as well.
Right. So then one of these current at-large teams will not be an at-large team anymore.
That's right. Yeah, if the Pac-12 tournament started today based on our board, 10 of the 12 teams entering that would be a bid thief.
Yeah.
That would almost swing the odds to like a probable bid thief.
Yeah.
Obviously, Arizona's got a huge advantage, not only in talent and strength, but also, I don't know if you guys are familiar, they take over Vegas that week.
Yeah.
And it's an Arizona party all weekend.
Yeah.
But you would have 10 hungry teams playing for their year. Still a good chance. Arizona's not dominant enough to where they can't get knocked off in any of those rounds.
I mean, we get asked a lot. I'm sure you guys do too. Like, so what does my team have to do to get in, right?
Yeah.
Or if my team does this, and the answer is almost always, well, you're not the only one playing because things, yes, you could do this, and that might get you to there, but what if we lose 4 spots? Well, when the field gets squeezed, if you're that final team
Nothing
in
you can
now,
do.
you just get stuck.
Yeah, and that's certainly where like a JMU and a Princeton are, and it could even be where like a St. John's is with their remaining schedule. They'll have a matchup in the Big East tournament that we don't know how much it will matter. But with them only having Georgetown and DePaul left, St. John's fans right now are just rooting for Villanova and Utah and other teams they've already got on their resume that don't look as good but could look better.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Just a couple of scores to update people on. Early on, halfway through the first half, Michigan State's up 15-13 in West Lafayette over Purdue. Tennessee's up 18-12 on Alabama. Washington State has a 48-46 lead on UCLA with 14 minutes left to play. And Cincinnati has a 10-point lead on Kansas State early second half.
And Oklahoma's blowing
We're
out.
going to get
Houston.
that Washington State game.
Blowing out.
One other big result, Princeton is ahead 58-55 on Cornell with 8.5 minutes left to play.
Good game.
So if they lose,
And again, see, we could be talking Princeton tonight, but then
Yeah.
they could win the Ivy League. And
Right.
yeah.
AQ.
Well, I feel like the only team on this list we haven't really talked much about is, other than,
Memphis.
we have talked a little bit about Iowa, but maybe not so much Iowa and Memphis. You said, Kerry. I think those are the two that are probably worth more of a look.
I'm happy to take Memphis if you guys want. Yeah, Memphis is polarizing. One of the most interesting stats, I think I threw it out there on Twitter at the beginning of the week. Games against the field, 3-0. Beat Clemson, FAU, and Virginia. But all of them in FedEx Forum. So they're getting limited credit based on them being home wins. Games, the 8 losses overall, which is all they have, all non-NCAA losses. Completely polarizing. But you have to get over the fact, from a selection standpoint, that they're still in the 70s in the net. They're 80, probably 80s, close to 80s in KenPom, things like that. So you have to dig deeper. Their resume says they should be in the conversation. They were 52 at my last check. For the longest time, I've been saying their bad outweighs the good with just a really horrible home loss to Rice. The home loss to South Florida looked really bad at one point. Now it's almost quite a bit more acceptable based on South Florida's hot streak. Road loss at UAB, a little bit understandable, and a road loss at Tulane that has not aged well. Tulane has fallen apart at the seams. And again, I think it would be somewhat unprecedented. I don't know the historical data on this. I just looked at last year. But for them having 8 losses outside of the field, that's their biggest piece of ammunition for the chairman to say why we left them out. Pretty easy to say. But at the same time, I mean, in the quad records, they're either 500 or above, 3-2 in quad 1, 6-4 in the top quad and a half, 6-5 in top 2, and then all meaningful games, 16-7. You can throw in an 8th loss with that Rice loss, which was just completely foul. But they're scheduled great. They played in the Battle for Atlantis and made the championship game. Lost to Nova in the championship. They performed well in the non-conference. I think my very first bracket in mid-January, Memphis was a protected seed.
Yes, mine too.
Yeah.
I had them up as a
I
2
remember
seed.
putting their logo in my little
Yeah,
graphic.
absolutely.
And that was gone pretty quick. So, again, they scheduled hard. They played great non-league. They obviously had this crazy roster situation with Tomlin coming in mid-season, and I forget who was it that left early. But anyway,
And Mikey Williams never played.
their 2 big road wins were Texas A&M and VCU. Again, not tournament level, but very tough places to win. Respect both of those road wins. And overall, away from FedEx Forum, the Tigers are 9-6, not counting what happened this weekend. So they're interesting.
And Memphis has been a little bit, I don't know if unlucky is the term, right? But they're also being hindered by the fact that Texas A&M fell apart,
Yeah.
right?
That looked forever like a great win.
That Virginia, is probably a lower end of the field team if they survive and eventually get in. They lost a game at Ole Miss, which is no shame in that. It was a close game, but Ole Miss is not. So some of the things, they beat Arkansas and Michigan, which we thought were going to be decent this year. good to decent, and they just both turned out to not have very good years. So some of it's just a little bit of bad fortune for Memphis.
Yep.
But they're a team at 21-8 that if they beat Florida Atlantic a second time, their resume metrics are close enough that you could say the quality of their wins is enough to give them a strong consideration for that, even though they're predictives largely because they've just lost some games they shouldn't have lost. And they've had a lot of close games against weak. They're not. It's not just that they barely beat Vanderbilt.
Right.
Right. So those kinds of things hurt your net.
And losing by 27 at SMU.
That was horrible.
So how many more teams are we actually voting in on this ballot?
Well, you have to remember, we will vote in a few more than will actually end up, because they'll end up when we do the final rankings of the order.
Yeah.
Somebody will be, you're going to
They'll
want to
get
have your
tossed out,
first
but-
four that'll be out, and then we'll re-scrub, because actually the committee doesn't vote on you're in or you're out. They vote teams to a certain point, right? And then they do the seed list.
Yep.
And so somebody could end up where that cut line ends, somebody's going to be team 69. But we have to vote past that and then work our way through it.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should talk about Iowa. Mr. Tony Schneider, are you ready to hear us talk about Iowa, the Hawkeyes? Really impressive end of the season. Just the past couple weeks have dramatically transformed the profile. Hanging out with 12 losses and now up to a very solid. I thought I might need to update this. I thought they were 18-12 now.
They are.
17-12. Okay. Yep. 18-12 overall at this point. I think the big thing for Iowa recently has been not just wins, but quality wins.
Yeah.
They've played the 17th best strength of schedule in the country. Their non-conference strength of schedule is solid, number 100. They won at Michigan State, won at Northwestern now, beat Wisconsin at home, which doesn't look as fantastic as it once did.
Still good.
But Nebraska is still a solid home win. Seton Hall on neutral court. I think the fact that they only have really one loss that's truly questionable to me, and that being Michigan. I think Maryland you could argue, because that was a home game too, but Maryland's a solid team. I think it's just an overall solid profile at this point now. We're talking about 8-11 versus quads 1 and 2, but then you add that 4 and 1 in, you end up getting this 12 and 12 against the top 3 quads. I think that's right in position to be considered for a spot in the field. So I'm interested to see how the group feels about Iowa, because I'm becoming more convinced that they could really be a tournament-worthy team with those 2 road wins over Northwestern and Michigan State to pair with the neutral court win over Seton Hall, who we already have in the field now.
Well, if depending on how this vote goes down the stretch here, right, they could have 5 wins against the field, which is
I've got them down for 5.
Which is, that's compared to some other bubble teams that you're going to be talking about. Iowa's challenge here beyond us tonight, is they get Illinois at home a week from tomorrow, and then they got the Big Ten tournament. If they lose to Illinois at home, then you're 18-13. Then there's a lot of pressure to at least win a game or 2 at the Big Ten tournament, or you start getting into that 14 loss range, which gets much more difficult to find your way in.
I mean, one thing to Iowa's favor, and I think the strength of schedule gets to it, but they played Purdue twice, lost both of those, played at Iowa State, played at Creighton, played at Illinois, played at Wisconsin. These are really, really tough games for anyone to win. So I know the quad 1 record of 3-8 overall is a little ugly, but it's not as ugly as it looks. It's really some very, very tough games that they went out to play. And, they did end up winning a couple of those at Michigan State and at Northwestern.
Yeah, a few weeks ago, I was telling people that it is, they're going to have to pretty much win out. And, well, they kind of have so far. They've got the one game left with Illinois, and there's nothing to make me think that they'll lose that the way they're playing now.
Yeah, and so if you kind of look 5 wins against the field, 5 losses to teams not in the field. So, you know, again, their work's not done, but that win at Michigan State and then the win tonight at Northwestern gives them 2 potentially field wins on the road, which changes a lot of dynamic because those are not easy to get.
The ratio is a whole lot better than it is for Wake Forest or Memphis or Texas A&M or
Princeton.
Speaking of Princeton, they're now down 67-64 to Cornell with under 5 minutes to play.
No.
Time to fire it up.
All right, voting's open.
We also have an NBA alert on the far left TV,
An NBA alert.
which means we got to switch to college.
Okay.
Mac
So
wants to
we're-
watch
so
TV
we-
sometimes too.
We are
my
ranking
bad,
the
Matt.
8
It's all
right
you.
now in that voting ballot, right?
Ranking the 8.
Yeah,
I'm going to try to find you
$4.
something here. You guys want to watch Clemson Notre Dame on the CW? No, CW sucks.
There's going to be one more game.
Michigan State Purdue is on Big Fox on the left.
42 on the left of TV.
Thank you. And Michigan State up 7 early. Wow.
Far left?
Yep.
Yes.
Remember what I told you earlier? It wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
it blacked out. Anything else?
It's just Fox, whatever Big Fox is. What's Big Fox, Tim?
42.
That is 42.
It is.
Oh, you might have a different system now. Well, let's get this vote done first.
I'll vote. You guys talk.
It's not like
Change the pace.
What are we voting
it's not going to ruin our night.
What are we voting on?
on? Middle?
The voting ballot over there, we're ranking those
1 through 8?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
It's a big moment for Tony. He's going to see, did the Iowa Hawkeyes get at or near the top of this list?
Tell you what, as of the start of the day, they did not have good enough result-based metrics. Those have not refreshed yet, but I'm sure in the morning they'll be there. But in the net era, we've never seen a team with a KPI SOR average of greater than 57.5 get an at-large bid. And there are a lot of teams in this range in the 60s. Now, Villanova's average is 62. Obviously, that will also get better with a win at Providence today. So, not that that's any, nothing special about that 57.5. It's just we've noticed that it's never happened.
The party's still going strong in Omaha following the big win over Marquette. My seat is shaking. Decibels.
Got some Lil Wayne. Or no. Who is this?
We got another interesting score here from the Pac-12. With 10 minutes left to play, the UCLA Bruins have a 3-point lead at Washington State.
Wazoo almost lost to USC the other day, too.
Tony's saying that the party going on is perhaps due to the Iowa fans. In Omaha.
Could be our buddy from last night.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy. He was...
There's 3 sheets to the wind, and then there's that guy.
Yeah.
He was a full comforter to the wind.
This actually is pretty normal for Saturday night in here, like it is right now. I mean, despite Creighton wasn't playing, it gets weekends. It gets kind of hopping in here.
Nice. It's greatly located.
Yeah.
Tennessee's really impressing me early on in this game at Alabama, up 27-19 at the free throw line to potentially make it 28-19.
Okay, who have I missed?
This is
I keep coming up
this is
one
the path
short.
for
I'm trying to
Tennessee.
figure out who
the
I'm
path to a 1 seed. goes through Tuscaloosa. If they can
Yeah,
win this,
I've got them here. I'm just
I think
trying
we're
to
going to
check
have
them
to
out.
have a really serious discussion about whether Arizona is still that number one team on that fourth overall spot.
I'm all here to see a 16 beat a 1, so I really hope Tennessee gets to the 1.
16 is never going to be the 1.
Famous last words.
Who did I put in backs?
Who's ever heard of a Fairleigh Dickinson?
Not me.
I'm from New Jersey.
I got it.
He's heard of it.
Hey, since we're in the same geography, I just want to say the Summit League got pummeled in non-conference this year. Is their worst non-conference. But if it's South Dakota State or North Dakota, they're going to have to be a 16 probably.
Yes, no doubt.
That's going to be deadly for a 1. I mean, not deadly, but like in a traditional 116, that they're going to give somebody a run.
South Dakota
Has a
State,
state
has
has a
disappointed
chance
me over the years in the tournament.
Yeah, but they have 5 quad 4 losses. Let's get some. Well, of course, with some upsets too in the other leagues.
Yeah, and that's usually happens, right?
Yeah, usually. 15 feels right for them.
All right.
All right,
That should be
I
better.
found it. I kept coming up with 7. I'm like, which one am
Kansas
I? I had to
State
go
is
through the
down
numbers.
10
Which
to
one did I not
Cincinnati.
get on here?
With only 9
Listen,
minutes
they're
left
both
to
over
play.
here. Who cares?
Just big results for all of college basketball. And big result for our board so far. 5 minutes left in the first half. Boise State 26, New Mexico 25.
Oh no, that's the wrong Fox actually.
Yale is up 19 on Harvard.
Not FS1.
Yeah, the big Fox.
In Syracuse, we haven't talked about Syracuse this weekend.
Yeah, we
should
don't even
talk
have
about
them.
Syracuse
Why?
briefly.
Why?
It sounds to me, Shelby, like you don't think Syracuse is worthy of consideration. Why do you think they are not worthy of
I
consideration?
actually do think they're worthy. I don't want the committee to pick them. I got tired of them getting in because they supposedly had a man in the room, but
They're 35th in KPI, 42nd in strength of record. Those resume metrics indicate they're an NCAA tournament team. So that's where I think it's definitely something the committee is going to have to look at. I imagine the reason none of us have brought them up yet is because after the North Carolina win at home, the resume gets very thin.
It's
very
because we
thin.
literally don't have a sticker for them.
well, that's it.
Actually, do.
No, but to Graham, to your
Is there-
point, they're basically Syracuse's record is quad 2 and quad 3,
Yeah.
right? And they have 2 quad 3 losses. So, yeah, again, I think they're on that periphery of being I think they would be on the at-large board
Yeah.
for discussion. But again, North Carolina win at home, great win. Next best, Pitt. They swept Pitt, which is, potentially a good thing. But if Pitt's not in right now, that's their only win
Did I
against the
screw
field.
up again? Do we have like an 8-way tie?
No, but amazingly we have a tie here.
Okay.
So in Iowa, easily in. Utah and Colorado. We have a tie between JMU and Providence.
Now, when we say they're in, that means
They're in the field.
They're in the field, but their seed list spot may be
Right. I'm just saying they're in the
right.
field.
Yeah.
That's when I say they're in the field.
Yeah, just to finish on Syracuse for a second.
You weren't done?
Oh, I guess we're done. Okay. They're 1-7 against the field. Their only win was the home North Carolina win, and they're 6-8 in the top 2 quads. It's so empty. You can't get in with just one tournament win at home. I mean, every bad team.
NC State did.
Most bad power conference team gets one of those. Georgia Tech has like 5.
They did beat Colgate and Cornell.
They could both get in.
That's true.
And they have 2 subpar losses, a home Florida State game where Florida State came into the Dome and beat them by big, like 50.
16.
Yeah. And then, of course, Georgia Tech beat them because Georgia Tech beats everybody.
Everybody.
Okay,
Georgia Tech should be a 1 seed. Can we motion?
How do we not have
Providence and James Madison. So I'm firmly in the Providence lane. I mean, I don't like them putting them in, okay? I'll just tell you. I think they got enough awards, but I just don't like a lot of things with Jamie. I mean, I like their team, but
Sure.
I frankly,
Not enough.
you know, but if you look at, like, there's certainly, like, if them and Appalachian State get to the finals, I think there's room for either one that loses to be solidly considered. I mean, really, Appalachian State's got a
Those
couple of
highlights.
higher wins, too.
Yeah, I think one thing to Providence's credit, they played a lot of bad games in Quad 4, 10-0 there, but they didn't play any Quad 3 games, which means you're not getting any of these, decent but not really quality wins. All of their wins, besides those 10 in Quad 4, are in Quads 1 and 2. 18-11 overall, so it's not an exceptional performance by any means in Quad 1 and 2, but they do have the wins over Marquette and Creighton. Wisconsin win's not looking quite as great, but that at Seton Hall win is looking a lot better, as is St. John's at home. We already have St. John's now voted into the field, so that's another win over a tournament team there too.
I mean, I would agree with Tim. I think Providence they have a lot of good things on their resume. The problem is, because of that non-conference schedule and kind of being unfortunate that they played DePaul twice and in Georgetown, they just don't have anything in Quad 3. And so they're just in this odd spot right now where they have some good, but in the net era, we don't have a precedent for a team being 3 games under 500 against those top 3 quadrants getting a bid. So I think they could still be close. And if they were to, if they win 3 games, 4 games yet before the season's over, I still think they could be in that discussion.
Has there ever been a 4-loss team that's like top 100? I know there was like a year where Oral Roberts was like 28-4, but they were terrible. Has there ever been a 4-loss team that missed the tournament?
Yeah.
We seem to talk about this every year, and you look it up for me. But I thought there was somebody that
3, wasn't
there
there?
was a 4-loss team was the least losses that did not get in as that large. And wasn't it like
Yeah, I think there were maybe 2
Utah
4-loss teams or something.
State, maybe? I don't
Yeah,
know.
Utah State had 3 losses.
It was a while
when
back.
They got left out.
It was a while ago.
I think they were
Look it up.
28-3 if I remember.
Yeah, or
right.
what? Yeah.
I'll look.
But then we're breaking a couple precedents, right? Like
From a-
putting Providence.
Yeah, that
in.
was when UTEP got in over them, if I remember correctly.
But if they lose, if they're going to be an out, they
Long
would
live the
lose. They would
Miners.
have 4 losses, so that's what we'd have to look under.
Utah State got in with 3 losses. That
Yeah,
year.
they got in one year.
Well, according to now, I don't
The
know.
difference.
2004, they went 25-4,
Or 25-3.
or 25-3. Yeah,
And
then
left out, right?
We're left out.
And that was Utah
Okay.
State. That was Utah
That
State.
was Utah State.
And UTEP was the team that got in over them.
And that Utah State team did not open the season with a road win over Michigan State.
Yeah, I
So-
think for me, right now, James Madison is a 3-loss team right now. Considering that, if I'm comparing James Madison to Providence right now, Providence has too many warts to be over James Madison to me, because James Madison has the one exceptional win at Michigan State, and basically their only opportunity to get a great win. They took it. They had one chance, and they took it.
As things sit right now, I don't see a world where you can take Providence. They're 8-11 in meaningfuls, period. James Madison, 27-3 against D1. If they win 2 games in the Sun Belt tournament, they get to 29. Nobody's ever had more. 28's been the max for
Yeah.
D1 wins of any kind to get left out. So the magic number from that standpoint, if you care about that, is 2 Sun Belt tournament wins, which I think with the way the bracket is might actually be the champions.
Yeah.
Because do they have a bye to the semis? I gotta
I'll
look
look
that
it
up. Shoot.
got it
I
here.
should have came ready.
It's a very tough call, because you're right. If we're going to stop today,
It's got to be.
just given the historical precedents that we have to work with, yeah, it would be very hard to see the committee taking Providence, even though they might be just on the outside.
Right.
They have a bye to the quarters, so they could win 2 games and then lose to App State in the championship.
which is really the way I've been envisioning it, because, again, Tim and I went back and forth on this in the beginning of the whole process yesterday. There's two trains of thought to a team that loses to another team 3 times. The one is, like you said, they suck, they lost to them 3 times, they don't belong in. The other train of thought is from a basketball standpoint, okay, they have a great scouting report, they take away these things from us, they know us better than anybody because they're in our league. We played 3 close games, lost all 3, but our case is we played an entire season's worth of college basketball and only 2 teams beat us. One was the same team, the other one was a somewhat difficult road game in Hattiesburg. And that's it. We beat everybody else. Take us. That's their case. So from that standpoint, I think that's an awesome case.
Relevant to this conversation a little bit. I know that we have them on the holding board, but Princeton is up 74-71 on Cornell as we near the end of that game. 1 minute left to play.
It's just me.
I'm stuck
I'm
on
always
my
very
rivalry
careful.
game.
I'll tell you, because we all hope every year they get in, and I do too. And every year we're disappointed. I'm just saying. Almost every year we're disappointed.
You mean with the
Teams like JMU, Princeton.
deeper non-power?
Yeah. I mean, let's face it. Let that happen.
No doubt. Belmont cracked the code. Drake got there one year.
But even Drake's a
Iona.
high mid with Val. The Valley's a high mid, right? And so
JMU's budget is a high mid. They're ready for they could go to a bigger
that would
league.
be my argument that somebody in that room is going to go, well, if they lost 3 times to a team in that conference, then and to say,
but that would be a tournament team at that point.
They got one chance. Well, they could have had many more chances. They could have went out and played other people.
By the time they have that discussion, though, that team that beat them 3 times would be a tournament team.
Right.
A question from the
So
chat.
They're only a tournament team because they won the conference.
But they could also lose to like an Arkansas State in the finals or a
Sure.
4 or 5 seed team,
Oh, yeah.
like Troy.
Yeah, well, then we don't even want to go there, Rocco.
I know, because
then
then,
a real mess.
then it's a little uglier, yeah.
Question from the chat. Sorry if answered earlier, but for Rocco's birthday, how much time will you guys give him to talk about the low to mid majors? And also, how old are you?
His time's coming.
Oh, jeez.
76.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a vote.
Yep.
So we are voting for Providence or
Well, let's just
When
do
he says take a vote, that
Just
means
do it
I'm
by
not allowed
hand.
to talk. So there's your answer.
Yeah, right.
Oh, we got something going on here. We got to get to Providence.
JMU.
Who wants Providence?
I want JMU.
Wazoo's
Oh,
shooting
Sammy,
technical
there it is.
free throws here.
So they're at it.
Okay.
All right, we're
I
going to
think
take about a
Cronin just
5-10
got
minute
teed
break.
up.
It's going to be a real short break. Then we're going to jump in and figure out where we're headed next with this. We're going to seed some teams. What we're going to do.
Is
All
it
right?
happy hour?
We're getting close. We still got an hour or so away.
Okay.
So it's just going to be a really short break. We've got a couple of tech things to figure out. All right.
Got to figure out where to put my head, right?
So hang on the stream. We're not going to close it out. Just hang with us. We'll be right back. Hey, thanks for hanging with us. It's the 2024 Mock Selection Committee. We have pretty much got all the teams we're going to get into the field. And so now and plus some.
Yeah.
And now we're going to go into more of the seeding process. When we last left that off earlier today, we had Mississippi State, Oklahoma, Texas, Texas Tech in the waiting list. So now what we're going to do is we're going to vote 8 from the teams in the field category, your top 8. We will then take the 4 with the most votes, most voted on teams. They will add to those 4, and then we'll discuss those and go for a bigger vote. And we are working on the 8 line right now.
Don't mind the Akron sticker. We'll get a new one in the morning.
Excuse me while I'm distracted with all the beauty of Little Rock and Eastern Washington and Eastern Kentucky and Central Connecticut over
You
here.
may vote on those if you'd like, Rocco.
Yeah.
Tremendous,
They are
tremendous.
So
It's so much more beautiful than the stale Power 6. That's like eating Cheerios from 2021.
So just counting up. So we have 40 over here in this infield, plus that 4 is 44, plus this 28. So we actually have 72 teams. So we have our first 4 out is in this group as well. So these aren't necessarily all going to be in our final tournament field. Just number-wise, just want to throw that out there. As I grab my laptop.
Yeah, 4 from the Akron number down below that, Indiana State, Little Rock, Princeton, and down below that. Those are all automatic qualifiers right now. So
we can't vote them out.
but you could vote them. You could seed them 7th or 8th if you wanted to.
I'm not going to.
Let's check some scores as we go around here. Houston's up 48-45 on Oklahoma at halftime. Purdue leads Michigan State 45-37 at halftime. Alabama posts a late comeback at the end of the first half to take a 41-39 halftime lead over Tennessee. Cincinnati defeats Kansas State 74-72. I think Kansas State needs to win at Allen Fieldhouse or the at-large chances are over. I don't think they have an option now. I think it's a must-win for them. And then I think they need to follow that up with an Iowa State victory as well.
You said
Good luck.
I'm sorry, did you say Kansas State lost?
Yes, 74-72.
That's a Mount Everest proposition there.
Yeah.
So I will also add Santa Clara takes down San Francisco 69-62. Senior day, Carlos Marshall, great career.
Notre Dame 56, Clemson 51 with 6 minutes left to play. Boise State 44-40. They lead New Mexico second half. Syracuse is up 48-39 on Louisville in the second half.
And Washington State did beat UCLA, by the way.
Cal Baptist is up 64-39 on UT Rio Grande Valley. Can't spell CBI without Cal Baptist.
Go Vaqueros.
Amen. Yeehaw.
Ole Miss up 15 at Missouri. Missouri's winless in the SEC, but still, Ole Miss really needs this one. Not a bad start to a potential late run for a tournament bid, and 23-20 TCU has an early lead in Provo over BYU.
And my vote is in.
It's a hard one.
We have spent, we were talking a little bit, we have spent a lot of time discussing these teams, and it's not that we won't maybe have another discussion point, but our voting process will pick up a little bit of pace right now because we spend a lot of times talking about them. And then tomorrow, ahead of the bracketing process, we'll be going back through everything on these lines and being sure we've got the teams in the order that we feel they should be in before we start the bracketing process tomorrow. So we're not going to get into that a lot tonight because we got to try to get as many teams seated, and then we'll adjust little things back after all the results are in tonight.
Tony asks, what does this New Mexico-Boise State game do? Because even being an Iowa fan, he thinks the Mountain West is better than the Big Ten.
I agree.
Tony's a wise man. Yeah, I mean, the New Mexico situation, from New Mexico's standpoint, all they have left is a Fresno State home game, which is must win, and then the 2 big road games today, and then the last one at Utah State. From my perspective, New Mexico really needs to win one or the other. So it's pretty straightforward for the Lobos. If they lose them both, like we talked about yesterday, they only have 5 wins in the top 2 quads. They'll be stuck there. Fresno's not going to move any needles. It's just to stay safe, they have to win that game. From Boise's perspective, if they lose today, here's where I wanted to go here earlier. I didn't really fully get there. If you're under the mindset of there's no way the committee's taking 6, Boise, I think, starts to become the team the most at risk out of the 6, either them or CSU. Because imagining New Mexico gets that win, I think that gives New Mexico a sweep over Boise. Or did Boise win in the pit? I got that right here. Hang on. Sorry, that would give them a split. So take that part back. But I'm saying that because Boise has other questionable marks, like they're 6 and 7 in the top quad and a half. They have 8 overall losses. That would give them 9, which is sketchy.
Great metrics, though, compared to the other
Great
teams.
scheduling, too. Great scheduling.
All right, I'm sorry. I was talking about scheduling. Strength of schedule numbers are great.
But it's a resume that was entirely built. This is why I think it's kind of a house of cards with Boise. It was entirely built on Mountain West wins only, and the St. Mary's game was in Idaho Falls, Idaho. Arena full of blue and orange, blah, blah, blah. So, anyway, I think for Boise themselves, losing today is not a good idea because I think they go even further under the hood, and we got to send them to Jiffy Lube.
In New Mexico, losing, it's not a bad loss, but I think New Mexico's, as we can tell, based on the fact that we don't have them seeded yet, New Mexico's in danger of missing the tournament as well.
Well, and then, when we talk about Colorado State, they've got the huge win over Creighton, right? It's kind of their thing, but they really didn't win many other league road games. They've lost at San Diego State, lost at New Mexico, lost at Boise, lost at Utah, lost at Nevada, and lost at UNLV. So they don't have a road win. They don't have a road win in conference because they also lost at Wyoming. I guess Fresno. They won at Fresno, so that would be their one conference road win for Colorado State. The rest of their wins are all at home.
I don't know what it is.
Right.
Like, it seems to me,
And they would, another loss for them would put them at 10.
seems to me like from, I can't give you an exact date, but maybe middle of January toward the end, that Colorado State is just a different team. And I'm wondering if, like, from an X's and O's standpoint, if, like, that league is figured, okay, we figured something out here. Somebody figured it out, and now every game, they game plan X, Y, and Z, and it seems to have worked, I mean, like, that happens a lot of time, So maybe what I'm saying is maybe, and obviously committee wouldn't look at this, but you get them outside of the Mountain West, maybe they'll be fine,
So people are sending in those votes. Going to take a look at the chat to see what we've gotten there.
I've got one on Twitter.
You got one on Twitter?
I do.
What do you got?
Love watching your YouTube yesterday. I did not hear all of the discussions though. Why all the love for Auburn considering a 1-7 quad 1 record?
I don't think we gave much love at all, actually.
We talked about them a lot, but I don't think we did.
Yeah, we had them 16th overall, and it was really close. I'd say BYU hosting TCU and Illinois getting that win at Wisconsin earlier. We're going to have some potential discussions about whether Auburn's impressive performance at home against Mississippi State was enough to hold them off on a scrub.
And Auburn landed at 16 because they were kind of close to Alabama in the reveal. Alabama was 9. Like, clearly the committee valued those metrics. And I think they're top 10 across the board, aren't they? Like, all the metrics, it's just they just don't
easily.
have
I think
the
their
quad 1 wins.
their results are like 13, and their predictives are like 6.5.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
but I mean, to your point, they're strong on both sides of the equation, and Auburn's been, dominant at home largely, except for the Kentucky game.
Yeah.
And, they've just really handled a lot of quad 2 opponents that are quality, including just, blew the doors off of South Carolina. So I think it goes a little bit beyond just the 1-7 record for Auburn, but I think to the question's point is that could be something though that could cost them a seed line.
It should, in my opinion.
Especially if some other teams behind them have a better ratio. Yep.
So yeah, we had Auburn seated below even their worst metric, right? Which don't usually go that far. Like, we are definitely penalizing them for their quad 1 record. But Tony asks another question. Tim, you'll love this one. Which part is more fun, bracketing or the voting, putting teams into the field part?
Bracketing is way more fun, except this year. This year can be a pain just because
Because of
there's
BYU.
and there's so many
I
teams.
can help you. Bracketing's fun.
Why is he? It is. What do I always say? I always say it's
Embrace
the funnest
it.
part.
Embrace
I love
it.
I
Yeah,
love it.
you
I'm
do.
just
You
saying,
actually have a passion for it.
this year though is just a little more difficult because there's so many teams from like Big 12, SEC. There's 3 conferences. Usually we don't have 6 from the Mountain West.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more to be. Matchups, teams in the same
Well,
league,
and
and so on and so forth.
And at the top, right? Because if you get multiple Big 12, multiple SEC, you got a couple of ACC teams in there, potentially a couple of Big Tens if Illinois ends up on the 4 line. So it gets more complicated to try to fit all those pieces together where you're not putting 2 in the same top 4 in the same region.
Well, when the reveal went out and they had it wider than a 5 gap, to their defense, it was a nightmare to try and fit that in. It was pretty hard. You had to really work at it to get a gap that was relevant, or meet their standards, I should say. It was
versus
just
trying to also be regionally specific as much as you
had
can.
4 Big 12 teams.
Yeah.
You had 3 SEC teams, I think. And you couldn't. You had 3 Big East teams. So
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah, one scenario that came up for me yesterday, just, I'm assuming he or she may be interested in how bracketing can shake out. With that Big 12 mess, I had such a cluster in the 8-9 range, plus Houston being a 1, that I had to look up Houston's schedule. And funny enough, out of the 4, Houston only plays one of them twice. So I was actually legal with 3 of them. So I ended up.
I've run into that too. Yeah.
So we're watching Houston, Oklahoma right now. That's exactly the pod I had because this is the only time they play each other. Oklahoma was the opposing, I think, whatever it was, 8 or 9. So don't be surprised if you get to Selection Sunday and they're still in the same boat, and Houston might have to play a conference game in the second round.
Right.
We have a score update that's interesting, potentially relevant to our scrub. Notre Dame is up 64-57 on Clemson with 1 minute left.
Micah Shrewsbury, my goodness, that guy can coach. Because Notre Dame has, no talent this year.
Well, you
His
saying
son's, the best player.
Hey.
Well,
And I'm not
Marcus
trying to say he's not talented, but, everybody picked Notre Dame last because they had bare bones roster, and all they do is get better every game. Sorry, Wake Forest, it's still not enough to save you.
And Purdue has, at least for now, pulled ahead by 14 over Michigan State. So Michigan State is putting itself where its last couple of games are going to be.
It comes down to the Northwestern home game. Because you lose that,
It's going to get real
that's
interesting.
their 13th
Awfully
loss.
hairy.
Today would be their 12th loss, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So that's their 13th loss. They already have. Again, the metrics are great for Michigan State, but the records are all out of whack,
How
and they're
much?
getting wackier.
But how much is the committee going to value those metrics considering their record?
Well, if the strength of resume right now, this is as of yesterday. Strength of resume was 45.
Right.
Maybe a loss at Purdue, it stays the same. But you lose at home to Northwestern, it's probably definitely going to 50.
Yeah.
Once they're in the 50s, I think it's a lot easier for them to leave them out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
From just the whatever silly metric standpoint. Then you look at the records and you're dealing with the 13/14 loss Spartan squad, and they're negative in all the records. Like they're sub 500 in all the records
Well,
that are.
They actually close at Indiana, so they got 2 games left. So they get Northwestern Wednesday and next Sunday at Indiana.
I don't know if Indiana has any seniors, but that might be hard too.
Well, right. I mean, I'm just saying, regardless,
Yeah, they have
a
to win
road
'em.
game,
Yeah.
there's no easy road game.
No, there's nothing that makes me feel confident that they can win it.
So,
No.
yeah, you're right. I mean, it really.
It's not your uncle's Tom Izzo anymore.
They have to win the Northwestern game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
And
we
they
have
might
4.
really need to win both of them to feel confident.
We have 4.
I think they have to win both.
Colorado State, Florida Atlantic.
Who?
Put your hand back where it was, Nebraska,
Yeah.
and TCU. So these we're voting on for line number 8.
Yep.
And putting
Can
those
we
in
vote
order,
now?
right? Yep.
We're ready to go.
Let's vote.
Yeah, I think at this point we've, in one way or another, discussed
My
all of
goodness.
these teams.
It's 4 Big 12 teams and the rest.
Feels right.
This is what I was talking about.
The whole 8 line, Big 12.
So yeah, so if they end up 8 and 9, then
Actually-
Houston's getting one of them.
They'll probably flip one of them. But you still, then you're going to have 2 of them playing each other. You can't.
No, because
yeah.
legally you can put them with them because, like I said, I already looked it up. Houston only played 3 of them once.
Yep. We ran into that last year, I think, when we did our bracket potentially with Purdue and Illinois because
Yeah.
they only played once. It's an oddity, and it may
It
not
is.
end up that way,
Yeah.
but it could.
I mean, we're so close to the end, it definitely could. And if the Big 12 is as mushy as it seems, they might not win their first round game anyway, and Houston will play somebody else. Quick question: what did TCU play today?
They're playing
They're
that
playing
now.
right
right
now
now.
against BYU.
Oh, that's a good game. Oh yeah, that's right, in Provo. You said that. Yeah.
And where's the Rocco? Where's Boise State? Is that an FS1? Boise State.
We need that game. CBS Sports, I think.
Oh,
Hang on. Yeah, CBS Sports. From right now, Boise up by 10 in the second half.
Ooh.
Big trouble for the Lobos.
Mac on the left TV up there. Can we get CBS Sports Network 221 on direct?
And that's my
I mean,
vote for
I
best.
hate to pull away from this 81-81 Xavier Georgetown tie.
Hey, can we wait till they go to overtime?
Unless Max got a little something,
A
something.
little side action on that.
No, that's nominated.
Sorry, he is the first period in the Sharks Wild game. He has the first period over.
Is that in the SAP Center tonight, Mac? Beautiful arena. Good, great place to watch hockey. That's the last thing I'll say about hockey.
The TV again, which one?
On the left one.
This far.
Yeah, far left. Yep.
Right? Mexico, Boise?
Here we go.
Yeah, that's it.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
So when I pulled data yesterday, this group of 8, every single one of them is either at least 2 games below 500 against quads 1 and 2, or has multiple quad 3 and quad 4 losses, except for Colorado State, which is 500 and has 1 quad 3 loss. Like this is ugly.
Got to be 68 teams though.
I'm just going to vote as if Oklahoma loses. They're down 8 at home with a lot of time still, but
Yeah.
they are playing a very good team.
Oh, it's not Houston Baptist.
This was the part of the process I felt coming in I would get influenced the most by you guys, because it's really hard to be sold on where to place these teams.
Yeah, I'm not.
But it
I'm
seems
not,
like we're all struggling with it.
I'm not sure that we're. I mean,
Pull them out of a hat.
Yeah.
I've probably been a
okay.
little higher on Boise than others because I think
Yeah,
they're not.
I feel like I'm the
I was
lowest.
surprised Boise wasn't on this list.
I am
Me
too.
too.
In a
because-
normal
they got
year,
it
I
now.
would be good with Boise, but I just have this weird feeling this 6 Mountain West, somehow it's going to become 5. I don't know why I keep feeling that, and I know that's silly and it goes against everything the committee says and I usually say. I finally started putting 6 in.
Boise would be a 2 seed. Colorado State.
But
7.
yeah, if Boise wins this, then it's clearly New Mexico on the fringe.
Yeah.
Tony Schneider's saying, Rocco, if you go to North Dakota and Grand Forks, you have to go to a college hockey game up there. It's pretty crazy.
Tony must have saw my Grand Forks tweet the other day
Where's Tony from? Is Tony
because I
from
was
New
trying to
York?
go to
Is
Grand
Tony from
Forks
up there?
Thursday night.
Tony, I grew up up there.
They just probably had the biggest game in the last decade on Thursday night. Sadly, the Jackrabbits came in and handled them. But it must have been a great atmosphere either way. Really not flexible flights or cheap ones. I was thinking we're so close to Omaha. Come on, Grand Forks.
You're better flying into Minneapolis than driving up. Seriously.
Yeah. Well, you have to connect through Minneapolis, pretty much.
And then you're just at the mercy of the weather. You never know what it's going to do.
That's wild.
Who are we waiting on for votes?
Me.
I haven't even got
I'm working
halfway
on it.
through this.
I'm working on it.
This one's really
Well,
hard
and let's
for
be
me.
honest, we've talked about this before. The difference between an 8 and a 9 is virtually nil. I mean, there's very small little nuances, but there's just, I mean, how many of us over the years have looked, and if there's one area of the bracket that you miss by that one line more than any, it's the 8 or the 9s. It's like, well, I got one of my 8s and one, they flipped them all. You know, I would be pretty close.
Well, yeah, and I think part of that is the difference between a 7 and a 10 is so pronounced. And usually, for me, right when you get to the edge of that 7 line, that's when the resumes start looking a lot worse. Like, they just get significantly worse. And that's where you get into that 8 and 9, you're just kind of like, they're all kind of in a blender together. And then the 10s are usually, they're just a step below that you can identify. Okay, you're not quite with that group.
Yeah. Well, they look so close. It depends upon that committee that year. What's that group going to pull out that gives them that small distinguishing feature? Is it a non-conference strength of schedule? Is it that one non-conference win? Is it road record? Is it what's going to be the thing that they're going to grab onto and say, well, you're an 8 and you're a 9 for that?
I remember one year Shelby and I were both pretty far off on Creighton because they ended up landing an 8 seed when they were 3 and 10 against Quad 1. We just didn't think that record was going to fly, but it did.
They let it fly.
Hence the name of the
Well said by the groundskeeper of the infield over here.
And let's be honest,
The
every year there's
groundskeeper
a
of the
couple
infield.
of things that
What does
make
that
us
even
go,
mean?
Because you called that group of teams
Huh.
the infield, and you're our groundskeeper.
we didn't see that one coming. There's, one
so they're in
team
the
generally,
field,
maybe
eh?
two.
Oh,
The
I
infield.
thought you called that area the infield.
Doesn't
Sometimes
seem to
I
fit
try
within
and-
the.
I always look into all my past results to see where I went off, but sometimes I
Votes
look
are
at
in.
them and I'm like, you know what? If I try to factor this in, I'm just going to screw everything else up. I'll just
Yeah.
take the one team that I was way off on.
I'll be wa-
I think that was the year they had so many Big East teams in that one area that they bumped Creighton up from a 10 to an 8. I think that's what happened that year.
That was he was the Creighton president or athletic director.
Actually, he was on the committee.
Rasmussen
Yep.
was the committee chair
He was
that
the
year.
committee chair that year.
No comment, just saying he was the committee chair.
That is the one part of the process that we are not abiding by. Nobody's leaving the room.
No.
Yeah.
Can't
Well-
imagine how much different that must be. Because even when we did the mock Tim in 2015, they didn't make us leave the room.
There'll be a lot of
Well,
let
They would tell us when we would
I
leave the
think
room.
actually,
Weren't you like the
actually me
SEC
and my
commissioner
partner,
or
they
something?
did it just
Big
as an
East.
experiment.
Big East.
And we left the
before
room
it
for
blew
one,
up,
just
it
to
was-
show what would happen and how we couldn't vote and all that.
'Cause
Yeah, Shelby was the 16-team Big East commissioner during our mock.
I had
And
to
so
leave
he
the
was out of
room a lot.
all the time.
Really?
Yeah, you'll be
Here's
letting
what
it.
we
You'll be
never
letting it fly a lot here.
Yeah.
Be a lot of letting it fly with that many breaks.
Yeah.
I should do that more, and I do it a little bit after the fact. But like by the time when the actual selection Sunday happens and the bracket comes out,
Final.
like I'm starting to look at the bracket, but at that point, like, I am so over resumes.
Yeah, I've moved on.
After 4 months of this,
I-
you know,
I
it's
write
like,
my-
I'll go back like the next day and I'll do a recap. Okay, here's where I got. But by the time that comes out, I'm like, I'm not getting back on my computer tonight. I'm
out.
watching the bracket show and I'm sleeping for a couple days.
Yep.
Yeah.
I pound out my who got screwed article, and then I don't think about who deserved to be where again.
Then you start focusing on the matchups.
Yep.
Yeah. I watch the
nobody
Inside
cares
College
what we say.
Basketball on CBS College Sports on a loop all night while I'm sleeping.
The second that bracket hits, everybody's like, I really don't care how accurate you were.
It's
I'll worry
funny.
about this next year.
It's funny. It's such a huge build-up all for that. Then it's just like, oh, whatever.
I did complain about FAU being underseeded like all week last year.
I was obviously pissed. But yeah, they overcame it clearly.
Yeah, it was Memphis who got screwed.
Syracuse 64, Louisville 49 in the Yum Center.
Oh boy,
Road win for the Orange coming up.
it's gonna hurt their net.
They do have a road game at Little John to finish, which would be their second win against the field, but it'd be a road win. Could make them a little interesting.
Is Vanna whiteboard time yet?
Not even close.
What?
Yeah, you're gonna have to talk amongst yourselves. We got some issues.
We have a final score from South Bend. Notre Dame has defeated Clemson 69-62.
All right, let me just take Clemson off the board.
So Notre Dame strikes twice in the same week at home.
Yeah.
And we're in commercial at the under 8 media with Boise State 66, New Mexico 57. Broncos in command.
And
Alabama 58-51, under 12 media.
still first half, but TCU is putting a spanking on BYU right now at BYU.
Threading the Big 12 needle.
41-27.
Wow.
Of course, it's first half, 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, a long way to go.
I mean,
Purdue.
I know Rocco hates the word block, but if TCU wins that game, they're a lock. They're getting done.
I still hate it. For all we know, we could have 32. Well, not 32. We could have 10 bid steals,
Yeah.
and then TCU's on the bubble. Like, what would happen if I ate 10 of your bids away? Would you still have TCU in?
Yes.
It takes your pieces of
I've
black.
They're in your
won
top
the
26 at
Steelers.
large?
Maybe.
Hey, if we lose 10, I just say anybody that had over a 300 non-conference schedule.
Sorry,
Iowa State.
Cyclones.
Yeah.
They had a chance to win their auto bid.
Yeah.
Could you imagine that? For not winning the Big 12 tournament.
I get so sick of the bubble. Sometimes one year I just dreamed to have 10 bid steals.
Yeah.
At least we would have all these hot teams out of nowhere in the
Right.
tournament. Makes all the 5-12, 4-13, 6-11 games crazy.
I wish that
Does it though? Because when Georgetown and Oregon State got in, nobody wanted that.
But
I
Oregon
know
State
Oregon
was the
State
elite.
won, yeah.
Utah is up 10 on Cal.
Must win.
Yeah, I mean, Utah's basically, because they've got a couple, they got the road thing.
They got the road Oregon games
The
next
funny
week.
part is, like, Utah and Colorado are somewhere probably near each other on the bubble, wherever they are at the moment, and they both basically have the exact same closing schedule in their last
Well, they're
few
the,
games.
They're the travel partners.
Yep, the Mountain Boys. Yeah, just on Colorado real quick. We didn't really dive super deep, but Tristan De Silva missed games. Cody Williams has missed several games.
Yeah.
Julian Hammond's a quality guy. He's missed recent games. Even Luke O'Brien's missed a couple games. They've had Javon Hadley miss a game or two. So give Pat Rooney a follow on Twitter if you care about Colorado basketball. He's incredible. He's documented all the injuries. It's a nice clean sheet for the committee. Again, two things have to happen for that to matter. One, they got to play these last couple games with everybody, so that way the committee can feel okay. Like, is everybody actually going to play in the tournament if we put them in? And two, they want to finish strong to give the committee something to really think about. Because right now they just have one home win over the field. If you want to do a comparison, they're almost like Syracuse in that way.
Yeah, and the issue is, at least from my recollection, the committee does not assume that you are going to win or lose a game because somebody is out.
Exactly. You can't take a loss away and you can't give them a win.
Right. So their record is what their record is.
Always,
their
yeah.
results are what their results are. To your point, though, if they've had somebody miss it and they're back, and they can see them play, and they're going to be, if it's a close call,
That's the key.
that could be a differentiating factor. But they're not going to all of a sudden, well, they would have won those 3 games,
Yeah,
so
and I
we're going
just-
to give them credit for wins. They don't do that.
I always go back to that Bonzi Colson when Notre Dame would have been in without the bid seal, and none of us, I think none of us had them anywhere near the field, and the chairman said that. If there's a team like that this year, it's the Buffaloes for sure. And then if you want to look at just performance stuff, they're just as good as Indiana State. They're 28 and 29 in the net. So I think just the net being the NCAA's preferred tool as the center of the universe. Again, it's usually not about your own net, but when you have these confusing factors in play, they might just use that as a starting point. They're like, okay, top 30 net, we at least got to talk about them. So Buffaloes need to finish strong, and if they do, I don't think they're going to have the wins that some of the teams they'll be compared against will, but they'll have those beautiful performance numbers and an injury story, and that's where things could get really interesting.
Particularly if some of the other teams around them haven't made a compelling case,
Yeah.
right? Nobody else has said
It might be
yes.
easy to just take Colorado at that point, almost like James Madison.
Like the last team in.
Yeah,
Well,
totally.
we don't have a great option, so yeah, to your point, everything you
And
just
if
said.
anybody's theorizing that the Pac-12 needs a third team, which we came up earlier, somebody brought that up.
Yeah.
It was only fair.
There is no fair for a league that's about to fold. So
Yeah, I remember when we used to sweat over conference record, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the
Okay,
record
we
was
finally got it.
4 under 500 is the cutoff.
All right, the votes are in. Carrie's
I
ready
kind of
to-
like that though.
The votes are in.
All right, in order.
Eh,
Texas Tech. Texas. Oh my God, this is going to be fun bracketing. TCU. I'm sorry, Mississippi State, then TCU.
Ew. I think I had Mississippi State at the bottom of mine. All right.
So the 8th seed line is Texas Tech, Texas, Mississippi State, and TCU. So every number 1 seed gets a Big 12 team except for Houston.
Right.
Yeah, right.
It's only fair.
And that means Oklahoma is either going to go back to Houston or they're going to a 10 seed.
All right, so we need to pick some more to add to this next row for the 9 seeds. So we're picking 8 now from the teams in the field.
Yes, sir.
It feels like
Good,
playing.
yeah, I'm not
It feels
sure
like we're
that's-
playing
okay,
Keno
so
next
hold
door.
on.
Should we go
It's
down?
the teams in the left upper corner. The left upper corner.
Yeah,
Just that.
the infield, right? The Andy infield.
Yes.
Colorado is the bottom part of that.
They're all part of it.
But,
Well,
yeah, but
Colorado,
yes.
James Madison is one of the at-larges. Princeton became an AQ
Right.
because they won today, right?
Right. James Madison actually carried throw James Madison up a little bit. Then there's like a break right there, if you would please. Thank you.
Yeah, Indiana State too.
Oh, those are some juicy teams at the top.
And I'm going to do like kind of a buffer of McNeese, Grand Canyon, and Princeton. Any of these other ones, like really 12 seeds?
Richmond.
Maybe Richmond, yeah. App State.
Yeah. So, but is Indiana State's are, yeah, they're our AQ. So.
Yeah. But in theory, these are like the 13 that you're voting on, but you can pick as far down as you want, Rocco.
Delicious.
Get those votes in, gentlemen.
Please.
Did you give us a final score on Colorado State, Wyoming? They won pretty good, right?
Colorado State
Yeah.
won
Yeah.
by like 7 or something.
Okay.
I feel like I voted for Gonzaga like 17 times today.
But we're not voting on Colorado State right now, just to be clear.
Thank you. Very, very good point. Some might call it life-saving.
Some might call it having to ask different people throughout the night. Hey, you need to vote over. You've got Purdue in here, and I'm pretty sure they're
Yeah.
covered in the field. Man, getting down there.
Yeah. These are the teams that are likely to be headed to the Final Four.
You mean the first four?
First 4.
No, the
No,
Final
no,
Four.
he's feeling the first 4 to the Final Four run.
Happens every year. We get some team that goes on a big run. Seems to come out of nowhere.
What's the Michigan State score?
Oh, Purdue's only up
Ooh,
3.
58-55 Boilermakers.
Well, now I got to freaking vote for him.
I also feel like I've been voting for them for an hour.
Anybody know who the Trees play tomorrow? Somebody in the bottom half of the league, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's not Drake. I know that much.
Oh yeah, they finished with the top 4 a long time ago. Could be maybe Murray.
That sounds right.
Murray's playing pretty well actually.
All right. Vote is in.
New Mexico's down 10. This is just a wild time to be alive in voting with these teams playing.
Yeah.
Tony Schneider says, I'm still waiting for Rocco's answer for his birthday. If he gives me an honest answer, I will donate that much for how many years he has been on Earth.
Oh, thanks,
Honest
Come on,
answer,
man.
no telling
I'll
what
give you the
before.
same clue.
95?
Hey Tony, I'll give you the same clue I gave these guys. So 62 years ago on this day, March 2nd, a really great day, a man named Wilt Chamberlain scored 100 points in Hershey, Pennsylvania. I was born 20 years to the day after that. So there you go.
That's a clue. It's like an algebra problem, but an easy one.
If my birthday's
Kerry has a
traveling at 40
mathematics
miles
degree, and
per
he's still
hour,
having
And if you
trouble with
can't,
Francisco.
if you can't figure it out, just feel free to donate the 62.
It's the meaning of life is the answer.
I don't feel like mathing today.
He's not looking at the same level of spreadsheets as us, I don't imagine. Maybe he is though.
It could be.
Boise State confirming what some of us thought, which was they should be higher up the bracket. But just throwing that out for our scrub.
This is New Mexico's in this vote, which is the real potential consequence.
Well, you know, and the reality is we're working on the 9 line, but you really only have the 10 line, and then basically your 11 line is your
Is-
first 4.
Basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the way that things are working out this weekend,
Yep.
the 12 line's probably going to be AQs.
Yep. Especially with the A10 and American taking 12s.
Right.
All right, guys, guess the score. What do you think the halftime score is of TCU BYU?
47-31.
Well, they were up
You
41
can't
to
ask
26.
Texas questions with Shelby here. He's already going to know the answer.
That was not the correct answer.
Oh, I thought it was right.
Sounds
taking
like-
Until you sold me.
BYU must have made a run, Let.
You were pretty close though to show
Was
us
it?
Yeah.
that.
46-29.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's a big first half.
That's a statement.
The Big 12 is just a giant farm because
So TCU
every time out somebody lays an egg. Today it's BYU.
It's just
The
a
other day it was
truck stop
Texas.
conference.
It's a grind. Like really, you're just
So
going big
TCU's
game to
better
big
than
game
Kansas.
over
Well,
and over.
But they figured out you got to lay your eggs at home so that way somebody else can get the road win.
All that means is some people can drive back to Salt Lake and get ready for church in the morning.
All right.
Yeah.
Might have to get a late night in.
That's
TCU may go with them.
well, I'll just keep it to myself.
Well, that game's on over here, but
Good move. Good move. I probably went too far.
Oklahoma's clawed back and made it a 6-point game with 7.5 to go.
Ooh.
So,
Sooners aren't dead yet.
And
Porter Moser.
Michigan State is down 5 with 7.5 to go.
That's a nice effort from Michigan State, no matter what happens there.
I wish we had that game on in here.
It is.
Not
No.
on here.
It's not even on in the big
It's
upstairs.
it's out outside.
Is it really? Where is it?
Outside where the patio is.
Oh, it's on up there?
Yeah, you got over TV.
They're playing end of the third
Hey, man,
quarter
it's on-
Wisconsin
it's on
Badger
that
music here.
Purdue Michigan
Yeah.
State game is on out in the patio, so it's got to be on one of those.
Purdue, Michigan State.
It's on Fox, the regular Fox.
Yeah.
I don't know I have no idea what number that is.
What TV do you want it on?
Put it on this one
Where
here.
the no that one. Oh,
Well,
that,
Boise
yeah,
State's
you
over.
got it. Yeah, the left one is fine.
Yeah, because that game's over at this point. Well, Louisville's back within 9. That would be the one way.
We were
That'd be a
just
way to
thinking
knock yourself
four.
out.
Yeah,
Right?
that'd do it.
4 with the most votes here.
You want to end the
Right.
conversation?
I think it's car bomb o'clock.
It is right after
sleep
this vote.
o'clock.
Right after this vote. After
Well, TKO you.
Alabama, Tennessee is a great game, which we figured it would be.
Yep.
Jump up and get down.
Got a comment in the chat from Henry Beto saying that Dalton Connect's having a poor game so far, just 4 of 12 from the field and 1 of 7 from 3, 2 and 4, 2 of 4 from the free throw line.
That
True.
would explain why Tennessee only has 60 against a not good defense.
Yeah, Alabama's made some adjustments since that Kentucky game. Haven't been able to watch it intently, but you have to imagine practice wasn't easy after that.
They didn't really have a choice.
Yeah, they're not going to make it far in the tournament,
No.
not defending the way they did in that game.
I mean, they were just barely top 100 in defense before that. Like I had a radio call that morning. I said the over/under should be 200. I don't know what it actually was, but obviously it did go north of 200.
Well, the way Alabama plays a lot on offense, they try to get a shot up, within the first 7 to 10 seconds.
Yeah, they're the
You
Phoenix
scored-
Suns.
And then go get the offensive rebound but they what Clark Kellogg would say is spurtability, right? So they can go into a little lull, and then all of a sudden,
13.
in a minute and a half, they put 13 points on the board. You can be like, oh, I'm 5 ahead. Look at the end of the first half, right? They're down 10 to Tennessee, and then all of a sudden they go in the half on a 12-0 run, and they're up 2.
I think I heard them say on one of the games that Nate Oates will bench a player if he doesn't take an open shot, no matter where it is. You better take the shot or you're coming sitting down.
Well, and their philosophy is in that first 8 to 10 seconds, we're either going to get a layup, we're either going to drive it for a layup, or we're shooting a 3.
Right.
I don't want any 15 to 17-foot jump shots unless we're running out of shot clock and we don't have a choice.
See
With
their
6.5
shot
minutes left, Alabama has Grant Nelson out of the game due to a foul out. He is out of the game with 6.5 minutes left
He
due
is
to 5
out of
fouls.
the game. His journey is over.
This is the weakest link.
Oh,
Jim Root agrees with you, Shelby.
there we
I'm
go.
done with this UVA team. Heinous watch.
Yep.
They are. They're just horrible.
Ooh,
to
big
watch.
3. Michigan
Oh, I don't
State
feel
within
bad for
5.
saying what I said.
Yeah, you were just giving us a heads up.
Yep.
Tennessee with a very quick run here right after the Grant Nelson foul out and one.
Jonas Adu, baby.
He just fouled out on that? That was pretty irresponsible.
He fouled out on legal screen right before this.
Jeez. Talk about Summit League defending.
Oh man.
Keep the zingers coming, boys.
It's not even happy hour yet.
It's your birthday.
That's right.
Something that is interesting to think about here, if Tennessee could move to the 1 line, Kansas would have wins over 3 different number 1 seeds.
Okay,
They were
Mr.
helping
Jayhawk.
Good enough for a 3 seed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think while we're calculating here, one of the Kansas
Hold on.
obviously has the great high-end wins.
Let me stop you right
Okay.
here just so we can move forward here. All right, so we have 3, but we have a tie. New Mexico, Michigan State.
New Mexico, Michigan State's
Hold
the
on.
tie.
Let me do one more. Let me do one more calculation here. 1, 2, 3.
You know what else is interesting, Graham? We were just talking
no,
about.
we have 4. I'm sorry.
We were just talking about Grant Nelson, transfer from North Dakota State. I learned today that North Dakota is the flicker tail state,
You did not know that?
which is named after the ground
You did not
squirrels.
know that?
There's
It makes
it's a
so
little
much
bird.
sense.
Tim, what do we got?
Okay, we have Michigan State, Gonzaga, Boise State, and Seton Hall, surprisingly. All right, we're going to take about a 5-10 minute break, and then we'll be back with happy hour in just a minute. So join us then. Hey, it's happy hour here at the Mock Selection Show.
Cheers to everybody.
Toast to these 9 seeds we're going to vote on right now.
I'm going to car bomb here in a sec.
All right, there you go, Kerry. All right, so everybody's going to start voting. But while we do, this is happy hour, and we said we'd do a topic, different things, and I know we have one here. One thing we'd like to see the committee institute as a principle and procedure, or just put more emphasis on, or what have you. Dave, kick it off.
Okay, so one of the things I would like to see them do, and I realize this is probably never going to happen, but I would love for the committee to say, particularly for schools in the Power 5, that if you want to be considered for an at-large bid, you have to play at least one road game in the non-conference against a non-Power 5 opponent on the road. So again, the odds of that ever happening is slim to none. But if you're asking me what I would like to see, so make these Power Conference schools do what Auburn did this year on their own, win to Appalachian State. What North Carolina has done in the past, Roy Williams, Dean Smith before that, would go and they would play some of these other schools on the road. I like the idea. It gives the other chance to have a big home game. I think it gives those smaller schools a chance to get that home win also.
Dean Smith did it purely for recruiting. Like Harrison Barnes, he went and played in Iowa, and he did all these. Yeah, that's
Northern Iowa,
yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah. Shelby?
All right, what I'd like to see is, I know Rocco, we talked about this earlier, the play-in games. I would like those to all be 12 seeds, all at large, the last 8 at large teams. Don't put the smaller schools, I know they want the money, but let them play the big boys. They've earned it, they deserve to play them. The playing games are all at large.
So that would push everybody up a couple. You're going to keep the same amount.
That actually help the big schools a little
Yeah.
bit because
they would have
you
play
would have
easier
worse
teams.
15 seeds.
Yeah. Worse 14s
you'd have
all
to
the way
push
up.
a couple 16s up to 15.
Well, no, what I'm saying now, where you've got the last 4 at large are in the play-in, make the last 8 at large.
No, I understand.
I'm with you.
But you're still going to have 68 teams.
It makes the 2 seed would benefit the most because today there's literally 6 16 seeds.
Right.
Because you got the 4 play-ins and the other 2.
Right.
So 2 of those got to go up to 15s, and then 2 of the 15s got to go up to 14s. So it kind of, in theory,
Right.
it makes upsets of a 16-1 or a 15-2 or a 14-3 like some percentage less likely.
And
It does.
You think about that all the way up too, because you could have, like, 12s could get pushed to 11, and now the 6 has to play one of those.
Yeah, they would actually probably be 11s in your case.
Yeah.
Like this year they would be.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But
I see what you're saying.
I want them to earn their way in. All of them.
All of them.
All right.
I like it a little bit.
I know why they don't do the last 10. I get that.
Yes.
But I would like someone smarter than me to figure out a way to reward, like we're on the bubble right now, right? Like I want to reward Iowa for coming up, Ohio State for coming up, winning some games down the stretch when it matters, versus these other teams just fading and fading and fading and fading. And yet, well, they won big games in November, so we got it, and I understand all that, but maybe not a top 10 and the other thing kind of tied with that is I'd like to put a little more emphasis on the conference tournament because I think you're playing on a neutral floor. You're playing, especially, we've got teams all over the bubble that have huge games, first round games in those conference tournaments that if they won, you could say, well, you know what? They went out, played an equal opponent and won on a neutral floor when they had to win. And isn't that what you're after in the March tournaments,
Absolutely. Yeah, I think this already happens to some degree, but I would like some of the things that I represent probably more than others to be hammered a little harder. Like if you have a bunch of these Big 12 schedules in the 300s, like if you're a Power 6 and you're in the 300s, right now if you're on the cut line, you're probably toast, like Ole Miss, right? But if you're, I think you should still be hammered at any part of the seeding for it. something to discourage, because I think overall it's bad for the sport.
Yep.
And maybe they don't care, because I get it. It probably doesn't affect the bottom line if you keep if you're not punishing an Iowa State, a TCU, if Cincinnati were in, a bunch of these teams in the 300s. But anyway, so that's because that is something they have full control over, the schools do, and the programs. The other one was horrible road records. Again, I'm hammering these teams on the bubble, but you still see teams in the top half of the bracket under 500 in these areas. Like, not to pick on Florida because I love you guys, but after today they're 2-6 away from Gainesville, 1-5 for Mississippi State. They lost today on the road, so they're 1-6 now. Neutral court lovers. Texas Tech's got the double whammy now because they have a horrible road record and the 300 schedule. So again, I get it. We're talking about it. They're getting dinged anyway, but I just think something that could lead to some policy around it, because like I was telling you guys, there's companies out there that programs invest in, subscribe to, that teach them how to build their schedule, and the data's based on who got bids in the past. If you start training those machines to tell them to not schedule these games anymore, that's what I'm looking to get to.
Do you think, is it just me? It seems like the committee put more emphasis on road record. Seems like it's waned a little bit in the last couple of years. I don't know, maybe I'm totally wrong there.
I think
but
it's always important. It's just how big of a degree.
it seems like maybe it's because there's a lot more people that don't have good road records, and they just like, well, yeah, but look, they beat.
I think the
five
problem
top
is
Q1 wins.
the problem lately has been you can get away with a really poor road record if you're safely in, and then for seeding in that area of the bracket, they're usually just going off how dangerous you might be based on your performance numbers.
Yeah.
Which we've seen in the last couple of years.
I think I'd like to see the committee start placing more emphasis on really elite wins. I just think that the committee often will take teams like Clemson, for example, and say, well, okay, Clemson, yeah, you won a true road game over Alabama and a true road game over North Carolina, but those efficiency metrics weren't very good. Like, come on. Like, it's about winning and losing basketball games, and the teams that go out of league playing true road games against Alabama and winning that game, that should be rewarded. I think Clemson was worthy of being in that top 16 at the bracket reveal, and for me, that's what I would like to see the committee do, is truly reward the teams that play a harder schedule and then excel against that schedule, because I don't really care how bad their predictive metrics are if they're winning those basketball games.
Here's what I envision 10 years from now when I'm done doing this, maybe. I'll pull up Warren Nolan just for the fun, and there'll be effective wins. And I'll say, hey, I'll be in a bar and I go, hey, see this effective wins? I know the guy that invented that.
That's elite wins.
Elite wins, I'm sorry.
Effective record.
Effective record, elite wins. I'll say, yeah,
We'll have
This is platinum.
Graham will have categories eventually.
I don't really have anything else to add. I would have gone with what Dave said off the bat. Just I want to see. I actually wrote about that earlier this year. Like rule changes I'd like to see, and one of them was if you want to be even considered for an at-large bid, you have to play at least one true road game, and preferably against a non-Power 6.
But even if they didn't want to go to as far as no Power 6, you have to play at least one true road game in your non-conference.
Yeah.
At a minimum, you can't just go to a one tournament and then play everything at home. And I understand teams got to get home games. There's a lot of money involved in the equation and the process. It's not completely cut and dry, but it could easily be worked in.
I think the tendency for schools to play neutral court games, I actually don't think that's great for the sport. I think we should be encouraging more games in home arenas, but it's not just we stay at home the whole year. It's like, no, you have to go travel too. But I am encouraged by some of these home and home schedules we're seeing now. Arizona played Duke this year. They're going to play again next year. Kansas and North Carolina are starting a home and home series. I would like to see more of those big-time road matchups in true home environments.
TCU's up by 4.
Here's what I envision, though.
What happened?
Big schools are going to go and find the
three-pointer
really
started
poor
falling.
conferences and
Yeah.
have bottom to follow the rule, and
But
they'll
that's
go to
gonna
the
be
bottom
awesome.
half.
Like Duke's gonna go play Queens and Elon,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
to try and dodge it, and then they might lose them occasionally.
Yeah.
Gonzaga.
Games at Queens are awesome, by the way. I went to High Point Queens this year. Saw your boy Alan Huss. Congrats to the Panthers, Big South champions. But seeing a game at Queens is awesome. It feels like you're in a box.
Have you been to High Point for a game?
No, but they're hosting the tournament. The place
Did
is
you
phenomenal.
did you see when it was packed that night? I mean, it was.
Yeah, well,
I
we
saw a
played the
video of it.
tournament
It
at
was
home.
unreal. Gosh.
High Point's a dangerous team. High major players in the starting five. Kamani Mitchell, Mississippi State transfer. I mean,
Google that. Google
Jocelyn
that.
Moto.
Google High Point and look at their campus. Ooh.
Beautiful
Oh, yeah.
campus.
And he's got 3 guys who were injured that are coming next year. He's
If
gonna
you
be
wanna-
loaded.
Talk about a university that can rival Marist in tuition costs.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Gonzaga is up 11 in the first half.
Wow.
We've got it up on the.
Tony
I
Schneider
haven't
wants
seen
to
it.
know whether you've been working
Well.
with Fran on scheduling for Iowa.
Not really, because at that level, you look at the Big Ten non-conference. They get 11 games. You go play a 2 or 3 game MTE. Iowa tends to play Iowa State every year, and they're going to buy a bunch of games, and that's it. So unless they hit me up about what tournaments you go to, but a school as big as Iowa, there are some exceptions to this, but a school as big as Iowa, usually they're signing up for their MTEs like 3-4 years out.
Yeah.
So they probably know where they're going next. In fact, I probably shouldn't share it publicly because I know some of this isn't out yet, but they certainly have an event next year, we'll just say that. And I wouldn't be surprised if they had 25, and they're probably working on 26 right now. So a place like that, you got your Iowa State game, you get 2 or 3 there, they're probably just buying up the rest until it backfires some year. So it sucks, but I find I spend a ton of time with those middle next 4 conferences, the A10, the American, WCC, Mountain West, and my goal, and I pretty much work with everyone there, my goal is to get them all playing each other, because if the Power 6 all say no, next best thing is to just match you guys up as many times
Yeah,
as you
I'm
can.
in.
Just
double checking so that's what we do.
Quick score update from Provo. TCU leads BYU 62 to 55. So
Tightening up.
BYU is certainly back in that game.
You don't just go into Provo and push the Cougars around.
It's
While people are eating cougar tails, you know those big maple
Oh,
pies?
yeah.
I
BYU's
think they
out.
have one on every televised
Oh,
game.
I'm sure they already showed it. I'm sure they already showed it.
Well, BYU just scored again at 62-60, and BYU opened the second.
Have you
They're
had
on
one?
it's 31-16 in the second
I
half.
haven't been to the Marriott
BYU.
Center, surprisingly.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm iffy on it. It looks like it's awfully big. First of all,
I'd want to split it with something.
Massive pastry.
really, that does surprise me. You haven't been to Marriott, huh?
Yeah, I've done the Arizona-Utah game the last 2 years, and I got to Utah State this year, which was really cool.
I've been to Utah's arena tons of times, but
Yeah, Huntsman Center's great.
yeah.
All right, let's see if I can still do a car bomb in my old age. I probably haven't done one in like 10 years.
Good luck to you.
If you puke that way.
Have you voted?
No, what are we voting on?
Those ballot.
Okay, got it. Just trying to find us the BYU game here. It's on the plus. I've got it right here on my.
My goodness.
Okay, give us
He just let it fly.
I got it right here.
Play-by-play.
Huh?
Be the play-by-play guy.
Yeah.
Slow clap.
Were you guys there for the opening today? Were you there? Were you there in time to hear the Bud song?
No.
No. I think we did. We heard him because Graham said, "I don't know what's going on right now."
Yeah, what was that thing they played before the game?
It's a Bud song. It's pretty cool.
I had no idea what was happening.
You know, that used to be their old jingle on their commercials. This is Budweiser. This is Budweiser. This is Budweiser. This is beer. And there's a little thing about from the largest cities to the smallest towns, and there's a little thing in there, and they show Omaha, and then they just show highlights of the Jays and the cheerleaders and the whole thing. And Budweiser pays for it, obviously. And they've always been a big beer in the arena.
That's great.
It's pretty cool.
Quick question from Tony Schneider. He says, fourth and last in honor of Iowa, at least moving to the next 4 out. What do you guys think of the changing landscape in college basketball with NIL, TV contracts, and realignment, plus other kinds of movement?
Sucks like Virginia.
It does. Like, legitimately, you could just sum it up as it sucks. Like, I'm not going to necessarily put all the NIL in there with the TV contracts and the realignment, but that sucks. There's nothing that's come out of realignment that makes me feel like I'm more connected to the sport than I was before.
I do like Houston in the Big 12, though.
Well, it's also like the summary from college basketball's perspective is we're at the mercy of football.
Oh, yeah.
Because so many of these new leagues make 0 sense for basketball. And if it really, truly in football becomes a power 2 with the Big Ten and SEC, it's going to be really awkward in basketball because the Big 12 is still the best league. So how does that shake out? Because if you follow the money, and that's what I always try to do, eventually the Big Ten and the SEC is going to have more money than the Big 12 when you split up all the football money. That investment goes back into basketball at some level. Eventually the Big 12 could get overturned just due to straight money. And leagues like the ACC and that next cut will really start to suffer, which is why you see teams like Florida State, North Carolina, Clemson. Again, it's always football driven, but maybe even Carolina and Virginia could leave the ACC at one point if the grant of rights thing gets overturned someday. So, yeah, that's where it's going to really, really be a whole different can of worms. And if it's the Power 2 and they go autonomous scheduling in football, what does that mean for all the other sports? It could mean, to me, it means one of two things. All the other sports have to follow, which they've been doing, or if the NCAA, the reason they got the new commissioner is to show a whole new line of thinking, compensating athletes, not student athletes anymore, compensated athletes. So, athletic students, if you will,
Yep.
Athletes first. So, once that transition fully takes hold, who knows how long that takes, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, somewhere in that range. I believe either all the sports follow, which will really screw up a bunch of this, plus we have the whole topic of the field expanding, or basketball decides to somehow build its own coalition and put teams kind of back in their proper regional leagues, separate from football, which obviously from a Pac-12 perspective and a West Coast perspective would be a dream, because this is literally a nightmare for somebody that grew up on the West Coast. And it's happening to way more areas than just the West Coast.
I think you could see the same issue that you're seeing right now in football, but on the basketball side. If you were the Big 12, we're the best conference. Why do we want to change who's in our conference right now for basketball? We like where we're at.
But they will lose Texas and Oklahoma.
Yeah, but I think that greed
Yeah.
will always play a part in it. And that's the unfortunate part is, this isn't anything new to college sports, but we've never seen anything so dramatic. And that just rips teams away from even a somewhat natural area.
I do hope if expanding the tournament is inevitable, which it certainly seems to be, I hope they just do it now while we're still getting accustomed to seeing UCLA in the Big Ten and Stanford in the ACC. Like, let's just change everything all at once rather than drip drabs.
I will say, if they're going to expand the field, I'd like to see them do it to 80 teams. And I would actually like it to be the Tuesday and Wednesday before most of the field starts. That's when you have teams in each separate region play themselves into the 11 line. So I love this idea of, let's say, for example, this year, maybe you have teams like Seton Hall, Colorado, Iowa, and Virginia all get tossed into a 2-day event where they play each other, and then the winners play the next day, and then that winner goes into a third straight day. If you can play 3 or 4 straight days of conference tournaments, why can't you play your way into the field that way? I think that would actually be a lot of fun.
Sure does make.
Was it NAI?
Or we could
Not a
just go,
bracket,
or we
just
could just
full
go back to 64
Yes.
and build excitement from Sunday through Thursday until noon. But, those are the good old days.
Was the NAIA that used to be 24 hours a day? They started the tournament.
They played all day long.
All
Because
day.
I went to an NAIA school, and we played one time at like 8 in the morning, and another time we played at like 11 at night.
Yeah.
Sorry, I finally said.
All right.
Actually, waiting on Shelby this time.
Shelby.
I've already sent him in.
It's my goal to make Graham feel guilty for not letting it fly during the happy hour. Just kidding. Just gotta keep you on your toes.
Gilt's okay. Gonzaga's up 38-21 on St. Mary's in Moraga.
Gonzaga!
I was told Moraga was going to be a very difficult place to win today.
Well,
It
they've
doesn't look
silenced,
like it.
they've silenced it and proved me wrong. And, you know, I've been watching for a little bit. I just want to point it out. I threw a tweet up just a minute ago as well. If you watch last year's championship game, Gonzaga just blew the doors off St. Mary's. I haven't seen St. Mary's ever embarrassed like that. Ended up being 77-51, but it was like 40 points for a while. I've noticed same kind of strategy tonight. Ball pressure, they're doing three-quarter court pressure, half-court pressure, some full-court pressure, and they're really daring St. Mary's ball handlers to beat them and just totally maximizing possessions.
If this result holds, Gonzaga wins. They're both locks. I know you don't. I'm not asking you. You hate saying these
Gonzaga
teams
is
are
sure.
locks.
I mean, Gonzaga's just solid.
You
They're-
just
they're
throw
in
away
that-
the keys. They're in.
For 1 month, Gonzaga's finally turned into that steamrolling team, and now they're pretty dang dangerous in the seed area they're in.
Speaking of a steamrolling team, BYU is up 7 on TCU.
What the hell happened?
They had
Make
some
that
cougar,
9, up 9 on TCU.
They had some cougar tails.
We're watching UC Irvine instead of BYU.
Well, let's,
I will take it.
you know,
This is the Black and Blue Bowl. If you guys don't know, it's a great rivalry in the Big West.
Tim and I,
They do not like each other.
Thank you.
you know, talked about this a little bit. You know, Gonzaga enters the day at 19 in the net, right? As of this morning.
Oh, this will bump
If
them up.
if they
to 13.
if they win double digits at St. Mary's,
Their net's going to go to 13 or 14.
and the reality is, we can debate all at once whether it's only 3 win or if they beat, you know, benchers it's 2 wins against the field or 3, you know, and whatever. The bottom line is the net is designed by the selection committee. If there is a team 13 or 14, that team is not getting left out.
Yes.
It's-
Probably not in the
I mean,
top 20 either.
We
It doesn't
talked about
really
that
matter what
yesterday.
the result metrics are or the predictives.
know.
There is just
Well, their resume stuff will go up with this win
right.
too.
It's the practical. It's just
Somebody
the
asked
practical
yesterday,
reality
what's
of it.
Gonzaga's seed if they win out? Like, if they win by 15, they go up to like 13 in the net. If they win the WCC tournament, they'll be top 10 in the net.
Yeah.
I think they
Yeah.
can be a 5 seed for sure.
And they're going to win. I mean, I'm
I don't know about that.
I'm
'cause
pretty
they're not
confident
play
they're going to win that
as many
WCC
games.
tournament anyway. Which, again, the WCC's early, so all their results will be part of the full evaluation from the beginning.
And I don't know
So
if they
that'll be
could
a
jump
2-1
that high,
win
but
over-
I think the idea that if this holds, the idea that they would somehow end up being barely in on the bubble, I just don't think is going to be accurate either, or certainly not going to miss.
Yeah, I think they, even just snapshot in time by tomorrow morning, they might come off the bubble board and into the next set of teams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, and then you go from there.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think you're going to be talking about them as like,
They could be in an 8-9, which
Yeah.
would be wild. I mean, I don't think any of the ones want Gonzaga, just from at least a name standpoint. But could happen.
Would you like to
And-
share? Would you like to share with everyone what I told you earlier about this game? And you thought
He called it. You have like connections in Vegas or something though, so it's like a guy trying to wrestle somebody on steroids.
I'm on a
Is his
roll
name
today.
Al Michaels?
On a roll today.
do we have a 9 line, Tim?
Right? It's been like half an hour since we voted.
Well, I don't want to write a book here, but I could tell you what happened this time.
Tie.
Tell me.
No, it's not that.
I literally voted 22 minutes ago. What's going on?
I understand. I understand totally.
Wow. You sound like a significant other timestamping.
I'm these idiots. Are we ready though? Is it time?
I've
Fan a
got,
whiteboard.
I've got 3 more teams to put down on here, and I'm done. All right.
Oh, St. Mary's
What?
on a run. 2-0.
2-0 run. It's technically a
Hey, that's
streak.
how BYU started theirs, so.
All right. Here we go.
It might have been 3-0.
Let's. Well, we were doing a question thing, and we're having happy hour, so you know. It's,
Well, I'm going to need another car bomb soon.
You see how tight they're defending their guards?
all right, here we
It's
go.
really disrupted this.
Okay.
We have. Are we doing these in order, right? Right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I'm just. Jeez. Well, we have a tie for the top. But the 3 and 4 are Nebraska and Boise State.
Okay.
The tie is between Colorado State and Oklahoma.
Okay.
I
Well,
edict that we have a hand vote. Who likes Oklahoma?
Me.
Oh, between these two?
Yeah, I like Oklahoma still.
I've had Colorado State at the top of like
I-
6 straight ballots.
The 4 of us like Colorado State, so they get number 1 on that.
That's fine.
line.
I really don't even know because Oklahoma just lost.
Wait,
Yeah.
I voted for Oklahoma,
I did too.
and you voted for
Oh,
Oklahoma
you didn't put
too.
your hand. I said Oklahoma. You
Oh,
didn't
yeah,
see your
no.
hand raised.
I was thinking.
So we're 3 and 3. We're still deadlocked.
All right. So what are we gonna do here, guys?
Hang on. I'll vote for Oklahoma.
4.
We can scrub them later.
Yeah. So Nebraska and Boise are the bottom 2?
Yes.
Okay.
They're still fairly safe. Sooners.
Tell you one thing, I'm not.
Can I ask everybody?
not
Okay, we
picking
got
a
one
single
more
of those
one
8s
more
or
vote
9s against the
tonight.
1 seed.
We have one more. We're gonna pick 8 right now, right?
Well, there you go. One of them has to be in
Do you want to
Nebraska
just
with
pick
Houston.
which one of those 9 you don't want?
Yeah, that would be better.
Or
Yeah.
No.
Because
that
no,
wouldn't
wait,
work.
we have. Well, wait, what's? Okay, I'm mixed up. Okay, yeah. Okay, we got to pick 8, and then the top 4 get it. So, you want to just raise by hand which one you would leave out? I would leave out Indiana State.
Me too.
I'm sorry.
of where?
I'm sorry. I would leave out James Madison. I'm sorry.
Out of those 9?
Yes.
Of those 9, I would leave out Colorado.
I agree.
Of those 9, I would leave out.
I don't even know what we're doing right now.
I would
We're
leave
just
out.
leaving
I
out-
would leave out Iowa.
Ooh, hey, you're gonna
I
make,
think this is.
you're gonna make Tony.
I still love Tony.
It doesn't sound like it.
Dave,
I just want Iowa to earn it one more win.
Oh,
which
They
one
haven't-
did you
they
leave
haven't-
out, Shelby?
Indiana State.
Indiana State.
I would probably, in that group, I would probably leave out James Madison.
No, we have another tie. James
that-
Madison in Colorado.
That tie didn't even do anything though.
No, the tie because
Out of those two, I
out of
would.
those 2, which one?
I would vote
Which
out
one do you
Colorado.
want into the 8? Which one do you want out of the 8? So basically, which one do you
Oh,
want
But
out
it's-
of the 8?
But we need to take 4 of these.
No, but we still have to put them in. No. We put an 8.
We rank those 8.
We rank
we need
8
to get
and
rid
we
of a
get
team.
4 out of that. Then they join those 4. That's how it goes.
Yeah.
No, this is. We would just be picking. In theory, we're picking 8 out of these, but it's going to be like a freaking 8-way tie.
But
No.
also,
Hold on. Let's just start over. Right now we have 4. Those teams should actually be in the holding, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So we pick 8.
Uh huh.
We rank 8. We take the top 4, and they get added to those 4, and then we do another vote to get into the seed line.
I track with what he's saying.
I'm
So what we're doing now is just eliminating one of those, so we have 8. Then we will vote.
Plus, the chair's allowed to change anything he wants at any time.
No, but isn't that correct?
I think you're right.
No,
I'm
that's
following
correct.
you. I'm
No.
following you.
That's
It
what
is
we've done
not.
all night. Okay, how do you? I don't follow what you're saying.
We've just been picking 8, and then it's like the majority of the. We don't rank them. The top 4 from the 8.
Right.
That we're
Okay, I
picking
said that
go in.
wrong. I said that wrong. Yeah. But to get to that 8, we were kicking out one of these, so we have a total of 8.
He's saying.
All right,
instead
never
of
mind.
having
Okay,
to vote
never
all
mind.
the
Let's just
different
do it.
teams, let's just save time by getting rid of one
One
team.
team. That's what we were doing.
Yeah.
That's what we were doing there. We're getting rid of one team. Then those 8 would go over here for us to vote on.
I would like to get rid of Colorado. I'll
Okay,
stay
but now
with
we
that.
have a tie. We had a tie
No, of
between
those two, I'd like to
Colorado.
get rid of Colorado.
Seconded.
I still
That's
think we're
2.
not doing this right.
You think we're doing this right?
I do.
Yeah. I think we're doing this right.
I think that this would be an unorthodox approach,
Right.
but one that makes
The
sense
result
given
is
the
the same.
situation.
With the
Result's
time.
the same.
Yeah.
Right, we would normally go and we'd go through the
And
whole
the-
voting.
and the chair can
and basically
always
what
make
we'd be
these
doing there
decisions
is
for
we'd
these
each
things.
be kicking one out. We would
Right.
vote 8 of the 9. So what we're doing is speeding up the process, saying, all right, hand vote, which one do you want out of there?
What we just did to get Seton Hall into that 8 was we just picked 8 of these, and it was whichever 4 got the largest number of votes.
Yep. Okay.
We
All right,
did nothing ranking to get Seton Hall in.
Right. And that's what we're going to do now then. We're going to vote on, okay, pick 8 from that group. Then let's do it that way.
And it's going to end up being like an 8-way tie. So I think we should just pick like 4 of the 9 and let that.
Because we're down to so few teams, you don't need
No,
to
but
do
he
that.
can stack
we
rank
have
it. He
these.
can stack rank it, and then it won't be a tie.
I see what you're saying, Kara. I get where you're going, but your thing was why don't we kick one out? That was how this all started.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
Brendan Anderson asked, does the actual committee drink and argue?
they eat ice cream and argue.
Yes, they do. They do argue though. They do
Also,
argue.
Tony
over the
asked
procedure.
about where to get the fire T-shirt.
Oh. Well, as soon as Tony puts in the money for his birthday, T-shirt's yours, buddy.
Oh my goodness. Thanks.
But
Tony.
he hasn't figured out the riddle yet.
The riddle.
What's the riddle again?
No, he did.
With the Will
He
Chamberlain.
figured it out
Okay.
in the chat.
Yeah, he
you already
figured it
gave
out.
it to him, so I didn't tell everybody that he figured it out. Because
All right,
he
so
knew he
are we
didn't.
doing?
love you,
Are
Tony.
we voting
Nothing
all 8
against
here?
Iowa. You're just 11 and 12 in meaningful games, and that's my only problem with you. But
I think
beat
he's won.
Northwest, or no, they beat Northwestern. They got to beat Illinois now. Beat Illinois, and we can talk.
Okay, so how many do we want to pick to add to this ballot?
So okay, hold on. I got a solution here. We have 9, right?
Yes.
We have 9 up there.
Yeah.
Let's each pick 4.
Yeah.
Wow, we have a final score.
Let's do that.
What's that?
Utah 88,
Yeah.
Cal
They
59.
killed Cal.
All right.
That's a nice.
So we have 9 up.
nice
We're going to
little
amend the
result for the
rules.
Utes.
The chair has
So we're
so
picking.
declared. We're going to
picking
amend the
4.
rules. We have 9 teams left in the field category. We're going to now vote for 4 of those in any order. You don't have to rank them. Just vote 4. 4 of those teams.
Beautiful.
The 4 that get the most votes will go on. We may have a tie, but that's fine.
All right, vote is in.
Oh, brag much.
Well, I'm saying that so that I can start talking to our listeners. Brendan Anderson says that Utah's net is going to skyrocket following this result. And
Go Utes.
BYU is 82-69, leading TCU with 2.5 minutes left to go. So it looks like
What a
a
turnaround.
good Q2 win for BYU over a team that we have in the field.
That place must have been rocking on that comeback, man. That would have been fun to be at.
Sent.
How high do we see Gonzaga getting if they win out?
That's a tough question because,
7.
yeah, 7 seems reasonable. Again, the good news for Gonzaga, the entire tournament's going to be accounted for from the beginning of the selection meetings,
Yes.
with it being finished on Tuesday. The bad news is all they can do with their bracket setup is probably beat San Francisco again and St. Mary's again. And if there's an upset, it's even worse because then it would be weaker teams on either round. So, yeah, assuming it's San Francisco and St. Mary's again, that's 2 more quality wins.
Then maybe
It still seems like 7's the ceiling. 6, the only way I want to keep 6 alive is because if you have enough committee members that are really, especially in that part of the seating, super performance heavy, Gonzaga's going to win a ton of those comparisons. And maybe there's enough teams for them that they could realistically pass to get to the 6.
Right.
So I don't want to cancel out the 6. So if I can't cancel it out, I got to say the ceiling's the 6.
Does Oklahoma get credit for losing on a buzzer beater to Houston?
they don't get dinged.
Yeah, that's the way I don't look at it.
It's built
so much
into the
as
net.
Getting credit, it's more so. This just doesn't hurt them as a loss, really. Like every loss hurts, but the way this game was played, the performance Oklahoma had, I don't think the committee's really going to hold it against them much.
Yeah, my only disagreement with that is my biggest concerns on Oklahoma overall are their records in a bunch of different categories. And no matter how you slice it, they took another loss. Now, performance-wise, if you imagine Oklahoma's getting in, a loss by 2 to Houston's probably going to help them in all the performance stuff. So from that regard, once they're in, there is a chance for them to benefit a little bit. But resume-wise, it's never good to lose.
I do think Oklahoma's resume, I think there's a reason they ended up the lowest of the 4 Big 12 teams for us. And there was a pretty strong part of me that felt like they should be even lower than we have them here amongst our seeded teams. But they still haven't done a whole lot of bad this year, and that's just a lot more than some other teams can say.
Yeah, I agree, because we are looking at some serious garbage right now. Can't wait to expand the field. Yay.
Tony says he sent another Venmo. Thank you, Tony.
Could you figure out a way to get his address, please?
Yep.
All right, and we're getting the top 4 here, right?
Yep.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to guess. I'm going to make my guesses. I'm going to guess.
Second half. It's not quite over yet, but BYU's outscored TCU 56-27.
Yes, it's insane.
Cal-Utah football's on now. That's a great job, Pac-12 Network.
And Gonzaga's up 16 at half.
Yep.
Yep. And the Canyon's up big too. Love the Canyon. That'd be the Grand Canyon.
Thank you for clarifying.
They actually have a pretty good baseball program, and those guys on the baseball bracketology podcast call them the Canyon. And it got stuck in my head at one point. Now I'm stuck.
I told you my son went to the Grand Canyon San Diego State game this year. 'Cause
Oh.
he lives pretty close to
That
Grand
game was
Canyon
lights
Cap-
out, yeah.
Captain, yeah.
GC was my pick before the season started to be this year's FAU. Like, if they get
That's
a
one of
12,
the-
I'm picking them to the Sweet 16 if they get a 12.
That's one of the teams to watch, no doubt. A lot of experience, high major starting 5.
Black shirts
It's
playing
that,
for
to
'em.
me, it's them and McNeese.
Yeah.
Yep, we do.
Super talented. And I feel like in the leagues they play, well, Grand Canyon less because the WAC's harder than you think, and that's why they're taking losses. But in McNeese's case, I feel like they're saving bullets. You can rest some guys instead of little things like instead of making them play 33 minutes a night, give everybody 25. They're gonna have some live bullets in the tournament.
Okay, we have 4.
Okay.
New Mexico,
Uh-huh.
Iowa,
Wow.
Indiana State,
Yep.
and Villanova.
Yep. Iowa's the only one I wasn't sure about. I figured the other 3 would be relatively close to unanimous.
I'm with you on Virginia Rocco. Just saying.
3 of the teams I voted for got left out.
It was
I
Indiana
was
State
like,
the
I'm
exception.
going to be the only one that votes Virginia. I go, oh, thank you.
It's a dark day on Bracketeer right now.
I mean, I really
kidding.
thought about putting Virginia up there, but man, it is just so ugly all the time. I just think the committee has to take that into consideration. How could they not?
All right.
Body of work, baby.
So now we've got 8.
Their body of work
We're
is
going
losing
for 1, 2, 3,
by a
4.
lot every single time.
We'll go for
they
10s,
lose.
right, Kerry? These are 10s?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do 10s, and then I think we're going to call it a night. It's getting out of hand. Please make sure.
Why? Because we called them the Canyon?
Cross
Wow,
the line,
that's about 280th on the list right
Yeah.
there. Yeah.
I
We're
would
gonna
take them over some of the teams on the board.
we're gonna vote no because no,
They're
I
pretty
wasn't
awesome.
going there. So make sure you vote for these teams: Michigan State, Gonzaga, Florida Atlantic, Seton Hall, New Mexico, Indiana State, Villanova, and Iowa. Double check your numbers, please. Make sure they are correct. Thank you.
And we're voting in order. Ranking
Yes,
them,
Yes,
right?
we are ranking them. Yes. Is there any other type of discussion that needs to be had?
Nah. Is that Boise State beat New Mexico, right? That's final.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Handily. By like 11-ish.
She said a naughty word.
Okay, so Creighton was 6-0 in baseball. First time they'd started 6-0 since '91 to win the College World Series. They just absolutely clubbed everybody, but they played no one, right? They were
Yeah.
averaging over 12 runs a game. So they played Louisiana Tech today.
They're pretty good.
Shut out 12-0. So
Yeah.
maybe that's more what we have coming.
Ouch. Fool's gold.
Yep, you got it.
Pieces of fool's gold.
I see what you did there.
I'm a national treasure. You're a mastermind.
Oh, here's Lenardi's on my computer. He just came up. He's still got Wake in. Yeah. But they are the ACC channel.
Yeah, he
knows what he's
trust
doing.
me, yeah.
I've talked to him about it
Yeah.
personally.
Yep.
He'll switch it overnight, come out different tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
No, he'll switch it on selection Sunday morning, and then he'll ace his final tests. That happened a couple of years ago. That was funny. It was completely different than the bracket the day before. Smart.
Yeah,
Smart man.
Oh, yeah. I wish I could share a lot of the texts I get with him, like that Saturday before the selection Sunday. And
Oh, yeah. Well, I ran into him a couple times in Vegas during
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he told me about it. Yeah.
we grabbed pregame dinner and chat about everybody.
Tony Schneider is asking for his gold, since Iowa picked up some gold today on the road.
That was silver.
Yeah, that was silver.
That was silver.
What more does the man have to do? to get
I just love you. I just love you, Tony. It's really nothing personal. I'm gonna.
No, but we're saying Iowa's
We
win
have
over
300
Northwestern was a piece of silver.
We have 362 teams to track, Tony, and we got to be fair to all 362.
Not really.
You don't have to.
Not the ones that.
But
poor
that's the
shell.
way I treat it. That's what keeps me somewhere in the middle at all times. Switzerland, baby.
Yeah.
They were very powerful in the movie Cool Runnings. The Swiss were just so dominant.
They really were. Tony mentions it's so funny seeing us all bundled up, aka Graham. But today, I mean,
No, that's
Rocco
the
and I
last
were
one.
walking.
You're wearing
I
the
feel like there was a
out, dude.
tornado
That's not
on the way.
bad.
Oh my
I
gosh.
could not believe how windy it was.
There was an entire sign in front of a restaurant or something that completely blew over, made this crazy loud sound, and then they looked at us like we knocked it over, like we were mad or something. That was a moment.
When is Tom Crean getting another coaching job? I love him.
I heard DePaul.
DePaul.
He's
Yeah.
great. He's great in the studio.
Yeah, I love. He's one of the best color commentators.
It's an interesting.
He
way
was
to
calling
see
like a
people on the
UAB
sidelines.
game the other night. He was
It-
so good.
It'd be like if Tim Miles did that, you know, like it'd be awesome.
Yeah.
The Fighting Tim Miles
It's
is on
me
right
and
now.
Rocco. All right, let's see. What do we got here?
Yeah. Tony mentions that he's wearing shorts and a t-shirt, and I've seen a lot of people here wearing shorts and a t-shirt. I'm like, it's 45 degrees outside.
I mean, it was when we left Virginia
Can I
on
just send you 4? Because I hate the
yesterday
other
morning.
4.
It was like 30 degrees.
I'm just looking.
I
at,
really like 4, and I don't like the other
I'm
4.
just looking at this seriously. I think I'm gonna sneak Drake over there somehow.
Here you go.
No, this is so painful.
I started something. Bram Janvrin, best college basketball announcers. Who do you like
I
the
think
most?
Robbie Hummel does a good. Hummel
Right.
does.
He
A
was,
good.
he was,
I like
he was
him.
there today.
Oh yeah.
He did the Creighton
I thought-
Marquette game today.
I was
He's
like trying to
climbing-
see.
he's
Which is a
climbing
little
those
bit
doors.
different for him to do on Fox, but
He's
yeah.
climbing the ladder fast.
We were talking about this at 2:30 a.m. last night after a drink or 12. But I love when Jason Benetti and Bill Raftery are together. For a
Oh
game.
yeah, they're both
Oh, my
terrific.
God.
Both terrific.
And of course, John Fanta is amazing.
Yeah, I love you. John.
Corey Alexander's my guy.
Yeah, he's
John's
good.
my friend.
I like.
Doesn't have
I
friends.
mean, it's hard for me. I love listening to Tim Brando call a game.
I do too.
You know, just
I do too.
everything's smooth. Here it goes.
Such a pro.
I like Spinarkle and
Yeah.
Iron Eagle. Might
Yeah, they're
sound
actually
old
pretty
school,
good.
but when the tournament comes on, you hear the music, and then those guys
Yeah,
come
then
on.
you know
you're
it's
like,
the tournament.
And even Kevin Harlan's pretty
Yeah.
popular, but
Yeah.
if somebody hits a three, like when Kevin Harlan was calling the St. Peter's run, he did a great job.
Yeah.
Just kind of
And he catches it inside the number. Oh, wait, wrong sport.
right. Yeah, all those guys cross over except Spinarkle.
Yeah.
No, the best one, of course, is Bill Walton.
No.
I love Bill.
Passion
Bill
Walton.
grew on me. I used to.
That's
I couldn't stand him for a
must
while,
watch TV.
It's like-
Passion.
but now he's a legend.
It's like
Bill-
fungus.
It
growing
has
on
to
me.
be a 10
I don't
p.m.
like
Eastern
him.
tip or later. Bill Walton is not made for 7 p.m. Eastern tip-offs. Like, it's got to be weird time.
I
I
think
love Nick Baugh. I think he's fantastic.
Well, you know,
He does a good job.
I think Nick Baugh's
too
great.
bad he wasn't in town. We could have had him come on over.
That's true. Yeah, we met him at the Vegas thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We actually sat in his
Oh,
chair.
I met him, you know
We
him.
sat in his chair in
Cheer
the
for
second
a
half
while. Yeah. That's right.
of New Mexico
San
and San Francisco.
Yeah, right. Oh, I'm so stuck. This sucks. I really don't like
You just
any of
got to
this.
choose somebody.
I'm going to.
Graham is exhausted.
I didn't realize I was on the NIT selection committee, but here we are. Here we are.
Are there Big East teams? Yeah, there are several of them.
Welcome to the CBI, my friends.
I thought we got to meet in Daytona Beach if we're doing the CBI bracketology.
Maybe we can get behind that.
I would do it if it was we had sponsors and they flew us in. Why not?
Oh, the Kansas Baylor highlight. I wonder what
thank
happens
you.
in this one.
Go Baylor.
I'm going to place a bet on Baylor winning.
Who's that last one? Oh, yeah.
This is Gonzaga game really the only thing left outstanding.
The
And
Canyon.
Grand Canyon, yeah, but they're up
And the
19.
Eaters in the black and blue bowl. It's a halftime show.
UNLV, San
UNLV's up
Jose
15.
State.
Ole Miss got a road win, but it was against winless Missouri.
Yeah, that really counts.
Ancient.
You get no bonus points for that one.
We just haven't even talked about Ole Miss at all.
There's no reason
It's
to.
kind of sad.
Yeah.
But they have a top 35 resume still?
They did.
Oh, when I wanted to talk about Syracuse.
Yeah, Syracuse has the better resume at this point.
My only thing I wanted to say on Ole Miss, can I talk about them for a second?
Oh, sure.
Out of the entire bubble, and I've got it, 40, almost 40 teams on here. They have the least amount of losses to teams outside of the NCAA. One loss. And they have 0 bad losses, no losses out of 2B.
Yeah.
So that's why I keep them really close to the cut line, because if they just they got the Missouri win, now the next one's at Georgia, and they end with A&M. I get it, none of those are turning wins, but if they get to the finish line, maybe their other stuff improves, the road record gets a tad better.
Somebody else falls off.
They
Yeah.
have an efficiency metric average of 83, and they're 5-9 against the first 2 quadrants. I think when you combine those two,
But that would
it's
be
just
7 and
too
9.
ugly to take.
I'm just saying in those
projecting
two.
down the road, they could.
Yeah.
Right now, I think. Not
Well, my
really.
other issue is they don't have enough umph in the remaining schedule, because at the 322 non-conference strength, that's a de facto see you later, punt you to the NIT, 65 yards, coffin corner.
There are a few nominations in the comments for your favorite color commentator, Fran Fraschilla.
Why would you guys do that to me?
Kansas fan, they love Fran.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing, Memphis has snuck back up a little bit and gotten into quad 2 now, so that helps a little bit on Ole Miss.
For Ole Misses.
Right, because it used to be they just had 4 wins against the top 2 quadrants, which is a really low number for a power conference school.
Don't they still? Oh, they have 5 and 9, right? Yeah.
Yeah, because with Memphis moving up, at least temporarily, to 73, they've now got an extra one. You're right. So to me, I still have them on my watch list. They're right along that last team on my next 4 out to the next one right below that. But they're just going to have to do some work or get some help.
Exactly.
Because they don't have any dominant win that says this is the win that puts us in. I mean, there's a nice home win at Florida, but that's probably by far their best.
Right.
I mean, they beat Texas A&M, but that was maybe the start of when A&M was going downhill. So it's just hard to hang your hat on saying, well, we got a home win over Mississippi State and Florida, and that's what we have for you when we've had multiple chances.
Yes. The other thing that maybe the average fan doesn't realize is the SEC schedules based on how you finished the year before. Ole Miss was awful last year. Kermit got let go. Chris Beard came in, and they only play Alabama once. They only play Tennessee once, and they only play Kentucky once. So you get like that weaker schedule, which is great for conference standings. But now they're sitting there with 3 games to go, and they don't have a tournament team to play. They did get Auburn twice, and of course the Egg Bowl twice. But that really hurt them in hindsight because they had such a soft non-conference. They kind of needed a beefy SEC slate, and they didn't get it.
Yeah, and so then when you combine all that and your non-conference is 323, it makes it a tough sell. Not to mention, in most of their real big up games, they weren't really close to winning any of their up games. It's not like they lost them by 2 points.
Well, right. That's the thing is they've won a million close games, but anytime it's not close, they get killed. They've been interesting that way, which speaks to their performance numbers.
We got Joe Lenardi. Sure.
That was just up on here. On the
interesting note here from our friend Brad Wachtell.
What's up, Brad?
Oh, Brad.
He said, well, he said it on Twitter. He wasn't. I don't think he's actually watching us, but he said St. John's had a near perfect day. They didn't even play. Nova wins dominant. Butler wins dominant. Creighton wins dominant. Virginia gets blown out. Wake Forest, New Mexico, Providence, Kansas State, Oregon all lose.
And Utah won.
Yeah,
which
so
is big for them.
So it's interesting. Just even when you don't play, it can be a big day for you.
What did we say earlier?
St.
Sometimes
John's
you can move by doing nothing at all.
Right.
St.
Well,
John's fans are just watching Red Zone.
We should
today.
mention everybody. Brad was part of the committee last year
Yeah,
and
he was.
had some family stuff going on, so he couldn't join us.
Good
so
guy, good guy.
Great guy, great bracketologist.
And now this guy got promoted to full-time member.
Miss you, Brad.
Oh, I don't remember that board meeting where we did that.
It was part
Rocco
of-
hasn't
You didn't
voted on it
vote?
yet.
I didn't know I was on the
Yeah. Oh, wait.
I was on the board.
That's very good, man. That was very good, Graham.
I just go to where I'm told. You said Omaha. I said sure. 3.5 hour layover sounds great.
Yeah, I love it.
Lots of good Chardonnay at DFW.
I heard there's a champagne bar in Omaha that has
Yeah,
like on tap
the
champagne.
Homie Inn.
Heard it's a good place.
Do they reserve that for the College World Series champion?
I have no idea.
They should.
They should reserve spot.
I'm sure the whole team just buses straight over there
It's
after their dog pile on the mound.
Tim did not finish.
St.
his
Mary's
sentence,
make it a little-
so I'm very interested in that.
St. Mary's squeezing it a little bit.
Well, they got it to 11, and now it's back 14.
The winning team at the College World Series should dump a Gatorade jug of Jello on the manager.
They should. You know the name of the, not to plug another bar, but it is funny that the name of the Jello shop place is Rocco's.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Why would it? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Silly name for a bar.
we actually used to do shows there. They used to be a sponsor, but they were different. It was a different play. It was a different name.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, Tony Schneider. Everyone give me your best bracket guy outside of the 6 here, aside from Joey. He don't count.
I really don't like naming one person because I genuinely respect so many different people.
I don't follow other people enough.
Yeah.
I really, and
There's so many of them that I've interacted with. I'm like you, Graham. I would even hate to start because I'm gonna forget somebody,
Right.
and then it's gonna sound like. That's what's really cool about what we do.
Yeah.
It's not just interacting with the fans, but it's interacting with other people that have an interest and a passion for this. And that's really one of the coolest parts about it. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all trying to be accurate, but it's learning all this stuff together and hearing what other people have to say. That's the really cool part.
Wasn't
of it
really
all.
close.
Absolutely.
Don't know why it took so long to calculate it.
I don't either.
I was double checking it, but it wasn't close. Gonzaga, Florida Atlantic, Michigan State,
Hooty hoo.
and Seton Hall.
Yep.
There we have. There's 10 lines.
Boom.
It is almost 10:30 here in Central Time Zone, so I think we're going to call it a night. So we have 10. So tomorrow morning, what we will do is
Michigan State. Yeah.
we will Well, I think the first thing we should do is go through the results of today. Maybe just, we know what they are, and just how would it affect anybody's vote, first of all. And then wrap up the 11s.
Let me ask you.
Or we can do it the opposite way if you want.
If this is how the 7 and 10s were lined up, just going back to what I said earlier, Gonzaga versus Utah State, who are you picking? Florida Atlantic, Nevada. I'd probably pick Nevada in that one. Michigan State over Dayton all day. Probably Seton Hall over Northwestern. I think the 10s are stronger than the 7s.
I'd take Northwestern over Seton Hall. It wouldn't even be close.
Northwestern.
Wouldn't even be close.
It's not a home game for Northwestern, though.
I like all
Close
the 10s
enough.
except for who has 12 losses. But
But I would take them over Dayton.
Michigan State.
yeah,
Well, Tony wanted some clarification on when we're starting tomorrow.
Seton Hall plays good defense.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so it'll be 11 a.m. Central, 12 noon Eastern. We'll start, and we'll meet just a little bit early because we kind of want to sort out the AQs a little bit because we'll have all the finals and we can kind of sort it out a little bit. Kind of at least group them in groups of 8 or something, and then go from there.
Yeah.
When we talk about them. And then we'll decide right after this meeting, actually, what our order of what we want to do. So, wow, everybody, thanks so much for everything. Tony, you were great. Thank you so
Tony.
much.
Awesome. Thank you, Tony.
You get 1A honorable mention behind
He did follow up with the question of which bracketologist we don't like.
behind Ryan. Ryan was awesome as well. So thank you so much for everything. If you want to donate, it was on the screen. And
I have an answer to that.
I do too.
It's like
We
without
will-
naming names.
Yeah.
we will see you tomorrow morning at
Okay, never mind.
11 a.m. Central.
We'll go off camera and then complain.
No, I wasn't gonna name names. All I was